We're live. All right. It's a morning stream. It is currently 7:26 a.m. is when we're starting this. I forgot to clear this off, but this is one of the games that I was looking at today. It was one of the ones that Pika had sent in from the faction. They had a 6-stack going. So I was going to look over one of those unless somebody in the faction shows up and wants a different one specifically, because I know that one was a little old, it's over a week old, but I still think it, because it's a 6-stack, could be a good one to go over. So that's on the agenda. We're going to start with Drew's VOD today, because I was going to do Drew's VOD last stream and I did not get to it, so I'm going to start with Drew's VOD. That will be the first VOD today. When we start doing VOD reviews. First, we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about flankers and divers, what the difference is, how to play against them, how to play with them, and all that. We're going to just sort of break it down. So also, this stream, the FPS looks alright. I should be streaming at 1080p right now, which should hopefully mean that it is looking a little better, and it hopefully means that when I export the VOD, it will also be looking better. That way the YouTube content looks good. I also upped the bitrate, so hopefully that makes it look better as well. It's actually, I don't know why my bitrate's looking funky on Twitch, but it looks fine on OBS, I believe. So I'm gonna keep that going. If we run into any issues, I can very quickly just change those settings back, and we can just go back to the normal quality we've had on the stream before. Hello, Spec. Good morning. How are you doing? But yeah, as per normal, we're going to just have, you know, a chill little 5 to 15 minutes intro. See if anybody hops in, and then we'll start talking about our Yup session. I don't have anything planned for today, as far as like I don't have any bullet points, but we can talk about the general concept of diving, the general concept of flanking, how to counteract both, how they're similar and how they're different. And just the objective that they go with when they are put in the game. When you select a diver or a flanker, what mentality you should have, and when you're playing against one, what mentality should you have, knowing what their goal should be. And I think breaking that down might help people understand better about what the reason why these characters might be difficult to deal with for some people are, and to better deal with them yourself. How are you? I'm doing great. I recently ruined my sleep schedule, so I've been up all night, which is why I'm streaming in the morning, because hopefully I can stream in the morning, and this will probably take me to lunchtime. I can eat lunch, and maybe I'll stay up the rest of the day, and then I can reset my sleep schedule. That's kind of the plan, at least. Be back in 15? Alright, Pika. Will their VODs be done in Coach for Tracker? Yeah, so I plan on doing one of your VODs today, the one where you have a 6-stack, where you played Moon Knight on Arakko. That's the one I have pulled up right now. If there's another one that you think would be better suited, I can do a different one instead. But your guys is the faction where you guys were 6-stacked was on my agenda for today. I've also ruined my sleep schedule. Haven't slept either mindset either. Yeah, it's a little rough. I'm not that tired right now, so I think I'll be fine for stream. I think after stream is gonna be where I'm gonna run into a little bit of a wall. With that being said, because I have not really gotten much sleep in the past like couple of days, this stream may or may not be pretty short. I'm gonna almost certainly get through 2 VODs. A third might be a long shot, but we'll see how we feel when we get there. I do normally plan for 2 VODs, and then a third is a bonus if I'm feeling good about it, and then anything past that is if we're feeling really good about it. But it should 2 VODs should be a pretty good amount of time. It should last us good pretty decent amount of the morning, so we'll see where we are after 2 VODs. Good morning, Wisdom. How you doing? It's like afternoon for you, huh? Or drop a VOD on the Discord if you want to do one because your power is off and got no Wi-Fi. That sucks. Yeah, feel free to drop a VOD in the Discord. I have 2 already for today. I'm gonna go over Drew's VOD, and then I'm gonna go over your guys' VOD from over a week ago, actually, where you guys were 6 stacked on Arakko. Because that was submitted earlier, and I didn't know how to get the code, so I didn't do it. But now that I know how to get the code, I can go back and do that one. And it might be a good idea since it's all the other faction VODs that I've done of you guys were not 6 stacks, so having 6 stacks should be good, right? Sound like an amazing coach already. Haven't seen the coaching. I appreciate that. How far into League of Legends you got? Did you ever coach in the game? I did not coach. I don't think I was good enough at League of Legends um, to coach. I was a shot caller, but I didn't play the game like crazy enough. Let me think. In League, I peaked. No, I did not touch Diamond. I peaked high plat back when the ratings were numbers. No, I think it was after the ratings were numbers. When I'm pretty sure it just went Diamond to Challenger before Masters was added. That was when I hit plat. And that was about the furthest I got. But I did do a lot of in-houses in that game. And I did play as a shot caller a lot of the time. But I didn't really like know it well enough to be confident enough to like full on coach it. That was also a very long time ago, so playing a team, no, I just kind of like not a formal team, but like, you know, I did quite a bit of like 5 stacking, quite a bit of in-houses, stuff like that, but uh not really like a formal team or anything. In-houses are hella fun. I love in-houses in this game. I love in-houses in League. I loved in-houses in fucking Overwatch. Um, Valorant in-houses were freaking great. Like, in-houses are just awesome. I love the concept of an in-house. Yeah, 5 with friends is great. And even if it's not just full friends, like, I like the idea of, like, pickup games as well, which is basically the same thing, except it might not be, like, an in-house, where typically when I think of an in-house, I think of it just being more casual and more of, like, oh, we have, like, a full lobby of friends of, like, varying different skill levels. When I think of a pickup game, I think usually it's a little bit more stratified by, like, rank or skill level, and we're trying to get more balance involved. And it's usually, I don't want to say taken more seriously, but like I feel like a pickup game in my head is closer to a scrim than it is like a quick play match. But when it's called an in-house, it feels like it's more casual. But I think realistically they're just synonymous. But in my head, I classify them that way. Tracker.gg, yeah, go for it. Yeah. Um, I will say I prefer to have the submissions like formatted properly, but I'm gonna be lenient about it. Like if you guys have the tracker.gg links and you can't get the codes, like it's fine. Especially since if you're sending in a personal VOD, I'd prefer if it was like formatted like it says in the Discord. Um, that way it's like easier to know what I'm getting myself into before I even click on the link. If it is like a faction VOD, it's probably fine to just have like the tracker GG and maybe like a note ask like the reason for submission, because a lot of the information given on the submission template is just uh like what character you're playing and what rank you are, so that doesn't really apply as much if it's a full faction. So yeah, I mean, I would just give as much info as you can. I'm not going to be too uptight about it, so don't sweat it too much. My friends and I are super competitive, have like 5+ master players that are usually in-house groups. Yeah. Um, I mean, the interesting thing about League when I used to play a lot was like, I peaked in like Platinum, but I kind of like hung with the high diamond players. I don't think I played with many like challenger players or any at all. But I could hang with them. Like if I played in-houses, I wouldn't be bottom of the lobby. Like it's not like it was a struggle, which I feel like a lot of the times you will run in-houses and like the lower ranked players will struggle to keep up. Like especially in hero shooters, especially actually League is a good example too, where it's like if if you know the enemy team has a mid laner that's in Masters, you're not putting your bronze mid laner up against them. They're just gonna get diffed. It's gonna be a gap, and it's one of those things where it's like you can't really do that very effectively. Which I think in like hero shooters or like games like Valorant, it's a little different because you aren't necessarily held back by the biggest gap. In League, it very much feels like if it's a jungle diff, then you just lost a game. If it's a mid diff, you might have just lost a game if they hard carry. Um, it feels like a lot of it comes down to where the biggest gap is, and that's where the weakness lies. Whereas in hero shooters or Valorant, which I can be classified as a hero shooter actually, but I would consider it a tactical shooter without the hero aspect, even though it does have classes. You're not necessarily gatekept by your worst member, which isn't the nicest way of saying that, but it feels like there's a lot more potential to make a weak player effective by enabling them. Where in like League, that's not necessarily the case. Like you can camp a lane or stuff like that, but it's not exactly the same as keeping somebody enabled and catering to their weaknesses. Because like I feel like in Rivals, you can kind of cater to some people's weaknesses if you play differently. Like if I know my tank is going to go too deep, I might give them Luna Snowflake and pocket them a little more. Stuff like that. How have you climbed to this game? In season 0, I was diamond 1 or 3, whichever the highest is. 1. So I was actually like, I want to say, I've told the story before, but basically in season 0, this was when this game like basically first came out. Obviously, like the first season. I wanted to play because obviously I play every game I play it to like a competitive level. Like that's just who I am. I'm a competitive gamer. But I realized a lot with this game that it was like attracting a lot of my casual friends. So it kind of bridged that gap because a lot of the times I play like before this game I played Valorant, and I'm not gonna take my casual friends and tell them to play Valorant with me. So it felt kind of nice to have a game that I can bridge the gap and play with my casual friends, right? Because they have an interest in a game that I have an interest with for the first time in forever. So I was grinding one day, the last day of the season, season 0, and I was just like, okay, well I was like maybe like 5 to 10 games deep, and I was like climbing. I started the day at like diamond 3, and I'm just like, okay, maybe I can get GM today. And I was like a couple games off, and then my friend logged on and was like, yeah, you want to play? And I'm like, fuck it, sure. So I gave up the grind. I chose friendship over rank. And I'm honestly proud of myself for that because that friend that I said yes to no longer plays this game. So I basically exactly what I did in my head was just I have to realize that like my casual friends are not going to stick around for long. So I tried to prioritize getting my time in with hanging out with them in a game versus getting a rank because I don't care about the rank, to be honest. Like the little GM tag in the corner of my profile banner would have been like cool and all, but like realistically, I don't care about it. What I do care about is maintaining good friendships. So that was kind of like the executive decision, and that's exactly what happened. Where it's like a lot of my casual friends just stopped playing this game, and I'm still here playing it like pretty religiously. Actually, I play this game a lot, and I know that I was most likely going to stick around longer than they were. So I just kind of cut my losses and just been like, it doesn't matter about the rank. Did the exact same thing. Yeah. Sometimes, like, I don't even think it's a sacrifice. Like, it sounds like, oh, you have to make sacrifices to be a good friend, but it's not even a sacrifice. It's a little fucking tag that says GM. Like, it really isn't a big deal. And I'm gonna be real with you. GM, at the time, it was like GM felt impressive, but now that I have played a lot more of the game, and now that I've seen the people that play in GM, I don't think there is much, like, for example, in League of Legends, if you're a platinum player and you see an enemy with a fucking challenger border, you're probably scared shitless, right? And even to a lesser extent, right? You see them with a master border and you're like, oh shit, this guy might be good. I feel like in this game, I see people with celestial or GM borders or tags, and I'm just like, this guy could be the worst Spider-Man I've ever seen in my life. Like, realistically, like, sometimes I will look at games and I can't tell if it's GM or silver, unironically. And that's not a diss to GM players. That's just saying that the rank distribution in this game is really bad. Like, there are bad players in 2 high ranks and good players in 2 low ranks. and a lot of it like it's just really weird. Uh, I think the event over time it'll get settled out and they'll fix it, but there's a lot of reasons why that is. Got no better VOD? All right, sounds good. Then I'll just do the one on Arakko. Heartstuck Silver and Overwatch, almost a GM in Rivals. Yeah. In Overwatch, I think I touched Master. So, interesting. So, of the games that I like set a goal to, usually my goal is to just go as high as I can. Overwatch was an exception. I feel like I hit Master and I was fucking out. I don't think I played a game in Master. I might have, but I feel like once I hit Master, I was just done. I was like, bro, GM is so far away. I'm not wasting another 500 hours of my life on this. That game actually felt like a grind, but I actually really enjoyed the game, but I enjoyed it so much more in in-houses than in queue that it was just like, I don't want to play this game anymore. My peak rank in Overwatch was Master. Peak rank in Rivals is Diamond 1. But I can show you my stats. I think I have more hours in... Do I have more hours in Season 0? 26. So in 26 hours, I hit Diamond 1. And then over the next 5 to 8 to... Yeah, I played more comp in Season 0 than I have in the rest of the seasons put together. Just to put that in perspective. For the tracker thingy, I don't know if you can get the code from that. Yeah, I should be able to get the code. If it's a tracker like the ones Pika sent, I should be able to get the code. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to the one you just submitted today, but it is on the list and it will probably get done eventually. Very much simpler, but yes, that is like literally like, I feel like, and I said this like literally the past like 2 seasons, I'm just like, I want to play more comp, and then at 2 hours. I want to play more comp, 5 hours, and we have what? 4, I guess 5 days left, kind of. 5 days to get more than 26 games. And the thing is, like, a lot of these games are... Okay, 26 games, 8 losses, or 9 losses. I don't think there was a single loss that felt like a stomp. Even, we had a lever one game, and we had a thrower one game, and even those were pretty competitive games, 5v6. So, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm in platinum, but, like, it does not feel right. Like, I played a couple games this morning. What happened? This was a 19-minute game. This fucking... Bro. So, this game had fantastic vibes. Like, everybody, it was like, we were chilling. Like, it was good vibes. If things went wrong, we lost a fight. We were playing very well. We were coordinating very well. We get into round 4, overtime. We're pushing. We double support ult twice. And it's my fucking fault, bro. Also, I should have switched back to Groot. I played Hella because they were running flyers. They didn't run flyers in overtime. And I didn't switch back to Groot. I should have stuck on Groot instead of sticking on Hella. That was my bad. But it's also my fault because I was IGLing this game. So I should have like during the game it was like fuck, our support's double ulted, but realistically like afterwards I'm just like this is literally my fault cuz I was the one like coordinating everything. I should have told them to ult in 6 like I literally like in my head as soon as it happened I'm just like I told them to drop ult. I didn't tell who to drop ult. Fuck. And it's literally my fault. So, I mean that's on me. I played well, but like literally that one mistake, I think actually I think it might have only happened once, but there was one mistake where I'm just like, fuck, I didn't specify. It was like one thing. I'm just like, I should have just said a name. If I said Invis ult first, that's all we would have won. That's all I needed to say. And I threw it. So that was a throw. That was kind of, that was like, not a tilter, but that was like a fuck, I fucked up. Gauntlet is consumed you? How far in Gauntlet are you? Also, to be fair about this, it shouldn't be my job, but also it is my job because I can't expect my teammates to know better, right? Like they should be able to coordinate with each other and be able like, yo, I'm gonna ult first. But because I already set the precedent the entire game that I was gonna be shot calling, I should have done it. I'm not trying to divert responsibility, but yeah, that's rough. What happened this game? Yeah, this game was actually just fire. Like this was a fire game. We just played this so well. It was a stomp. This game, we were so lost, bro. This game we got stopped. So actually, no, this game was toxic. One of our teammates hovered Spider-Man and they banned it out. Our team banned our own teammate out because they were just being toxic. And then they were like wondering why, like, oh man, this guy's not very good on other people that aren't Spider-Man. We fucking banned him out, bro. That's fucked up. Kill Katava. Oh, wait, first Katava or Katava 10? I'm assuming first Katava because you weren't near Katava 10 last time I checked. I think Katava 5 was my first gauntlet death. So killing Katava is good. Like, that's really good. And I think the gauntlet I started with was easier. It was the easiest gauntlet. It was Ritual. I think it's Ritual. It's either Ritual or Ultimatum. But yeah, Katava 5 was my first gauntlet death. Um, God, I remember it like it was yesterday, bro. I remember it. I remember it. Because, it was like when... Who's Vada's first? Drew. Drew will be first, because Drew should have been last stream. Super overprepped? Yeah. So what killed me in one Katava was when he does the exploding X, where it like homes in on like a big circle. The gauntlet I was playing in was the first gauntlet where they had area of effect. And I didn't even die to the big explosion. I died to the second part where like it does like 4 corners, so it's a small circle and then a larger circle and then one big circle in the middle. The second part where they like start converging in fucking killed me because it was bigger than I thought it would be. That was rough. Yeah. All right. It's been 22 minutes. We can start talking. Let's start yapping. So, like I said before, I have not prepared anything for this yap session. I'm just gonna just go off the top. So if this yap session lasts 10 minutes, if it lasts 5 minutes, bear with me. If it lasts that short and I don't touch on the points I think I should, I will revisit this topic because I think this is an important topic that a lot of people struggle with in the game. Not only struggle with like playing against or playing with or anything like that, but a lot of people just struggle to classify these things and don't really know the difference. So today we're talking about the intricacies and ins and outs of divers and flankers. And I think these get misconstrued quite a bit because a lot of people consider anything that's close range to be dive. And that's not true. So let's define them. So a diver is any character that has good mobility of getting in, and usually they have good mobility of getting out as well. But that's not even necessarily a mandatory part. It's a character that has good engagement range and likes to be in the fight. So good examples of this. Usually you have your dive tank. So I'm thinking Venom is the quintessential dive tank. He jumps in, does his work, and gets out sometimes. Or he stays in. That's like the number one like definition of dive is Venom. On top of that, we have other ones such as Captain America is considered dive. Thor can be considered dive sometimes. Hulk is considered dive. I think Hulk and Venom are going to be the two main divers, and Captain America is going to be the third one here. So these are the main dive tanks that we're going to be talking about. They perform a little differently. Venom obviously has way more engagement than someone like Captain America. Captain America doesn't really call in his buddies to come get big kills on one dive, but they both dive in different ways because they both engage from a good range, a good distance. They can just go in on their own accord, and they like being in. So as far as tanks, those are going to be your big ones. Thor could also be classified in there a little bit. Thing could also classify a little bit, but I think falls in a different category. I don't think he falls in a dive category. And then as far as DPSs, which are going to be your other, I wouldn't consider any of these of the healers to be dive. Unless we're counting Jeff literally diving underground. But as far as the DPSs, dive is going to be the ones you think of. So your Spider-Man, your Black Panther, your Magic is considered dive. Some people will consider Psylocke dive. I think Psylocke can be considered dive, but I think she is more quintessential as a flanker. And we're going to talk about that, what that means in just a second. Wolverine is also someone who I wouldn't really consider to be a dive character, even though he's melee and can jump in. He doesn't normally play that way. So while Wolverine has the capability of diving, I wouldn't consider him a dive character. Uh, Iron Fist is another one who I would consider a dive character a lot of the time. Iron Fist is actually kind of a hybrid between a diver and a flanker, and there are quite a bit of overlap in those two categories, but they are two distinct categories in my opinion. So all these characters we listed, they all have a way of going in. So Spider-Man obviously goes in and he does his stuff, and then he goes out. He's diving. Venom does the same thing. I mean, obviously Venom would not engage like this, but for the sake of example, he goes in, he does his stuff. He may or may not get out because he's a tank, and he might just hold this line. But the point is, he gets in very fast, and his burst range is the defining factor of what dive is. Black Panther is very similar, where as soon as they show up, you might be in trouble. And this is opposed to other tanks. So, for example, think of Venom's engagement coming in from here versus Magneto. Magneto's not going to dive on you. You're going to walk up. And that's actually a different topic. We're going to talk about walking in a different day. But when we're talking about dive, it is about the engagement range and the ability to stay in and the incentive to stay in. So that's what we're talking about dive. Now, when we talk about flankers, it's slightly different. So flankers, you can probably also side classify them as off anglers. I think there's a slight difference between a flanker and an off angler. So for example, I will consider Hela an off angler because Helas will like to play angles like this, but this is not really a flank angle. But they are adjacent categories. And the reason why we distinguish these is because, for example, Psylocke is a good example of a flanker. So this music is going great. We're cutting it. I don't even know why I turned the music. I cut it every single time. But so Psylocke is a good example of a flanker. Because Psylocke doesn't exactly use her mobility to get in and stay in. Sometimes she might use it to like do stuff like that where she goes for combos and double dashes. But you don't usually like go in and just be like, yo, I'm Psylocke, I'm all on you now. Usually Psylocke will be playing these cheeky angles and using her mobility to reposition into other annoying angles. So we'll be doing stuff like this. And see how I never go in this engagement. Or I'll be playing some sideways angles and flanking, taking angles to force the enemies to look at different directions. So a big part of being a flanker, definitively, is that you like staying in a flank position to divert attention. So they do similar jobs as a diver, right? So a diver diverts the attention by being in your face. A flanker diverts your attention by forcing you to turn your head. So while divers can get behind you, a lot of times they're getting behind you because they're like on top of you, right? They're rotating around you. Flankers are strategically repositioning to do that. Their direction is not necessarily in like a diver is. So examples of flankers, I think Psylocke is a very quintessential flanker, very classic concept of a flanker, sort of like your Genji, where you use your mobility not necessarily to go in. While it does do damage, a lot of times your mobility is used in a way to reposition, and you take these different positions, and all of a sudden you're over here, they have to look over here, and now all of a sudden I'm over here, they have to look over here. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about flankers. So examples of flankers are going to be like Psylocke. Phoenix is a very good flanker. Phoenix is a little bit of a hybrid between like Psylocke and Hela, where she's like half flanker, half off angler, but never diver. Phoenix pretty much always wants to be staying at a certain distance, although she does thrive at a closer range than say Hela or Widow or something like that. She needs some distance. She doesn't want to be in melee range of the enemies, and a lot of divers are kind of defined by the fact that they want to be in that very close range. So your flankers are going to be Psylocke, Phoenix. Iron Fist again. A lot of these melee divers, so like your Black Panthers, Spider-Man, Magic, kind of hybrid as flankers as well because they like to go in from off angles. Usually the blind spots. Black Panther is the most notable example of that because Black Panther almost never runs up from the main line. Whereas Spider-Man has good enough mobility that sometimes he will just swing in from above the fight, and Magic can do the same. But Black Panther usually needs to find an off angle. Um, and then you have other flankers that can fit the definition, like technically. So Wanda is an example of somebody who can play like a flanker because she has the ability to get out very easily. So a lot of times she needs to position herself, and she has low range. So a lot of times she needs to position herself in a way that she can target priority, which means that she cannot have the tank be in between her and her targets. So she usually needs a direct line of sight on the healers in order to be effective. Because if the tank is in the way, you can't shoot past them because she has auto target. Namor also plays like a flanker a lot of the time, and so does Wolverine and Star Lord. Um, and special notes to Old Jeff and Adam, who also play like a flanker. Wanda's not a flanker, off angler. Wanda can play as both. But yeah, I think she fits in that hybrid flanker off angler category. The worst thing you can do as Wanda is stay in the main line, honestly. You just have to force your way to be able to deal with the squishies. Um, but realistically, she's just not a mainliner. Wanda can also be used as a peel tool, but realistically, this character's just bad. I'm not gonna lie. uh, Not many tanks really off angle except for Penny. Penny is a very special tank. Um, because she's a fucking off angler and or a flanker. Penny a lot of times will find herself bunkering up behind or to the side of the enemy team, poking them and forcing the enemy team to deal with her. Because if they don't, she's going to do a lot of damage. She's going to throw mines at their backline. She's going to stun their tanks and stuff. She just needs to be a nuisance and force the enemies to come into her bunker. And that's kind of a little bit of an anomaly because a lot of times off anglers are going to be your DPSs that do a decent amount of damage and can be a nuisance from afar. Whereas Penny's a tank, and uh, while she is kind of self-sufficient, she takes up one of your tank spots and doesn't do enough damage to really fit that DPS role. So it's kind of weird classifying Penny, but she is what I would consider to be a flanker. Um, yeah, definitely a flanker, to be honest. She does have multiple uses, obviously. She can be just a general bunker down. She can be used as like giving your supports a safe haven, but in a lot of cases, she does play like a flanker. And with that being said, I'm just gonna reiterate that these categories that I'm putting these characters into are not strict. So Psylocke can play like a mainline DPS. She can play like a Punisher where she sits behind the tanks and does a lot of damage. She doesn't always have to be flanking, but it is something that she is capable of and excels at. Whereas a lot of other characters like um, Punisher is not very good at flanking. He just doesn't have the mobility or the safety or the escapes or anything like that to really be an effective flanker. So that makes Psylocke more flexible than him because she can do his job and be a flanker and be an off angler. But that comes with Psylocke being one of the most flexible characters in the game, in my opinion. So now that we have these definitions and we sort of categorize a lot of these characters into these two separate categories, and some of them are in the overlap, it's a little bit of a Venn diagram. So we have like Black Panther and Spider-Man being sort of that hybrid flanker diver. Um, why do we need to know that? So what's the goal of being a diver and what's the goal of being a flanker? And I sort of touched on this a little bit. Divers want to stay in and be very disruptive and sort of be very bursty a lot of the times. That's not always the case. So we look at somebody like Captain America, who I am classifying as a diver, but he's not really bursty. But what he does do is he forces the enemy team to deal with him. And that's kind of the big part of both of these categories that needs to be talked about. Flankers and divers both thrive when they are ignored. So, for example, if you have a Captain America and you just ignore him, you don't like you just leave him there. You're either going to have to patty cake a lot with your supports, or you're just gonna die if there's no peel. And that's gonna be a word we're gonna revisit in a second. Um, so divers thrive by demanding a response. And a response usually is in the form of an important cooldown or uh well, I mean that's the main thing. But an important cooldown or a response in positioning, really. So, for example, an important cooldown is like what's this? This? Yeah. This is an important cooldown. If you make them pop these, let's look at how long this cooldown is. 30 seconds. So, for 30 seconds, I, as a diver, get kind of free reign and not have to worry about Loki runes. So they need to use another cooldown. They need something else to get me off of them. And that's why a lot of characters like Black Panther are so highly complained about, because they dive in, they force these runes, and then they dive in again in those 30 seconds, and sometimes they get a kill. And the reason for that is because they don't get coordinated against often enough. A lot of times people will use the Loki runes or the soul bond or this or that and then fight off one dive, but then they have nothing left for the next because they didn't think that far ahead. And that's one of the reasons why Black Panther tends to be kind of problematic right now, because he requires coordination to deal with. He demands a response from the enemy team as a team, where the input that he puts in is him as a player. So he needs one person doing his job, and he needs like all six on the enemy team to respond. And that requires a lot of coordination for the enemies and doesn't require a lot of coordination for him. Um, so yeah, that's a big part about it. Making forcing cooldowns is a diver's main goal. Um, and forcing positioning is another one. However, another role that might be, or another job or classification that might be better at forcing positioning is a flanker. So, for example, if we're playing Psylocke, let me turn. Okay, so if we're playing Psylocke, and even if I'm like this far away, and I'm just being annoying, and I'm just like poking this, I'm not doing a ton of damage, but eventually I'm gonna kill them. Like eventually, if they don't move. So either when you're playing from a range, and this works for pretty much any other off-angler or flanker, a lot of times you sort of take these pot shots and you be annoying, and a big goal is to survive. Because once you're here, like if I do this and I just hide, this guy's probably looking at me for 3 to 5 to 10 seconds. I don't even need to peek my head out again. So I could just do this once. As soon as he looks at me and I'm just like, okay, well, do something about it. He's not going to chase me. And then he turns away, and then I hit him again. And now, like, that's how you be a nuisance as a flanker. So, the goal of being a flanker is less about forcing cooldowns and more about forcing positioning. You kind of take space from the enemy team and deny it by planting yourself in that space and diverting attention. So, you give the enemy more places to worry about and less places to be. And that's the power of being a diver. Or of a flanker, sorry. That's the power of being a flanker. Although there are some characters that sort of do different jobs. So like Star-Lord is a flanker, but he gets in and out very quickly, and a lot of times he requires to be enabled to the point where he doesn't really do as much of that, because a lot of times he does get out. Bro, this guy's so loud. A lot of times he does wind up getting out before, like, he doesn't hold that space very long, but he does threaten it very well. But you don't see many Star-Lord comps nowadays, but he does do that. I think Psylocke is going to be my go-to example for this, because she's like the main one who I think of as a prime example of a flanker, because she does these plays like often. I mean, the practice bench doesn't have a very good like idea of an angle, but like if I'm just taking this angle and sort of poking at these bots, they either have to, send people after me, or just leave me be and take a different angle that like can line of sight me and force me to go after them. And if that's the case, then I have all this space to myself, right? So like, if they're not going to send anybody after me, I know that I have safety right here. And that's kind of a big part of it. Staying safe is important as a flanker, overall. So divers are good at forcing cooldowns, maybe forcing ultimates even. If you can force like a Luna to ult because she might die, and then when she's dead, she can't ult. So it might be better for the Luna in her head to pop her ult to save her life. So maybe you're playing Black Panther and you can force the Luna to pop her ult too early. That's a really good thing that divers can do very easily. Syla can also do that pretty well, but that's because she has good burst. But forcing cooldowns is really big for divers. Forcing positioning is really big for flankers. And those two jobs overlap a little bit, so they can do each other's jobs vice versa. But a big part, which I would say is a general rule of thumb, and what makes a diver closer to a dive character than a flanker, is the goal. And I'm sure there will be characters that are exceptions and characters that are released in the future that are exceptions. But right now, as of the roster we have, pretty much any character that can be defined as a diver has a big goal of playing around the cooldowns and forcing the cooldowns. And characters that can be classified as a flanker or characters that are playing as a flanker have the goal of forcing positioning or demanding a response. And diverting attention is another big part of that. That might actually be the biggest part of it, to be quite honest. Diverting attention is a very underappreciated tool that people don't realize is very strong. So now that we've talked about what diver and a flanker is, what the differences are, and what their objectives are in comparison and contrast, we can talk about how we play against them. So there's two main concepts that we use when we're talking about divers and flankers. They're a little different. So we're going to start with divers. So a lot of times divers, and I'm guaranteed that if you play this game, you've heard this term before, but you need to do what's called peeling. So if you're playing Cap or playing against Cap and he's just on your backline, they're not going to die this fast because usually it's a healer and they're going to get some healing. They're usually healing each other, healing themselves. But the point of Cap being a diver is not necessarily to get the kill instantly. It's to demand like an immediate response. Like if they don't pop runes or if the healers don't look at each other, he's going to kill them eventually. And he needs to be peeled off. And how do we peel? So peeling can be done by pretty much any character. Obviously, some characters are better than others. So I think the most like obvious example of a peeler is Emma. Cap jumps on your backline, you chokeslam him, tell everyone to focus him, and he's dead. It doesn't always work out exactly like that, but Emma is an extremely good example of somebody who has a very strong peel tool in the chokeslam and the kick even. But peel is a very broad term, and any amount of support can be considered peel. So for example, if you're playing Punisher and you're just shooting at the Cap that is harassing your supports and forcing him to get away or else you're going to kill him, you're peeling. Even though you're not CCing him, you're not doing anything that would be considered a peel tool. If you're just shooting him, you're peeling. Similarly, you'll see Nemours throw squids on their backline a lot. They'll just throw them at the floor, like on the healers. And now the Captain America attacking them is either going to start taking a bunch of gradual damage or he's going to have to stop and hit the squid a couple times to kill it. Either way, it puts more pressure on him and makes it so he can't stay in for free as much. Other forms of peeling can come in the form of defense, so a mag bubble or mag knockback is considered peeling. Hulk just sitting on the backline and just shielding his team when they, well, okay. Like, a lot of times Hulks can, not a lot of times, but sometimes Hulks can just do this. As soon as they get dove on, they just give him a shield. That way they can catch up on healing and get better positions without dying. That is peeling. So I think a big misconception that people have about peeling and divers in general and how to deal with divers is that only certain characters can deal with them. A lot of people seem to think that dealing with dive is one person's job, and if your backline's getting destroyed and that person's not doing their job, it's on them. When it's kind of a full team job. Obviously, some characters are better at peeling than others. So, like Emma, for example, Thing, for example, um, Magneto is pretty good at peeling, uh, and the more. So obviously, there are characters that are better at peeling than your Punishers or your Spider-Man or whatever. Which I mean, I guess Spider-Man actually is pretty decent peel tools. But the point is, if Emma's diamond is on cooldown, maybe somebody else should be looking in the direction because she might not have her peeling tools capable. Because when she doesn't have diamond, um, she doesn't have a very good way of peeling other than just doing raw damage. And raw damage can be done by everybody in the game. So if your tools are on cooldown, then you're basically the same as getting peeled by a Punisher, right? Granted, she has more tools than that, but the point stands that everybody can peel in the game, and if there's a Captain America or a Venom harassing your supports, any amount of support to get them off of your supports is going to help your team in general, because peel is a necessary part of the game. Like, it's not something you can just ignore. And we're going to talk about flankers in just a second because there's a different term for that. Um, I know we're sort of bouncing back and forth a little bit because we peel divers, but we don't exactly peel flankers. So if there's a Psylocke inserted I don't know if they use that term in this game, but in Valorant we use the term inserted for like in the enemy backlines, right? So if the enemy team is, all pushed out this way and they're coming out of here, and I'm like taking this angle, I'm like behind them and they don't know I'm here, I'm inserted behind them. And then I could look for a good angle and then I start popping them in the back. Or I just look for a good side angle and I start popping them. But you can get inserted behind the enemy lines, right? So you can't exactly peel that, right? If Psylocke has a range, she's got a gun, or whatever that is, but she has range. You can't exactly just be like, oh, Emma, go choke slam the Psylocke. She's too far. So while the other forms of peel, such as like the Hulk bubble or Magneto bubble, like things like that, are helpful, they don't really completely fix the problem of this Psylocke is never going to die if we don't address her. So the way we tend to deal with flankers a lot of time is by forcing downtime. And I've talked about this term before, forcing downtime, and downtime and uptime, intuitively, are just how much this character, so Psylocke, how much we allow her to be in the fight. So if she is constantly shooting, constantly doing damage, this is 100% uptime. If she's constantly able to be in this fight, nobody's dealing with her, she's just killing everybody, she has 100% uptime, right? And on the opposite end, if she is like, all the way over here waiting for her opportunity and she's just never going and she's AFK, this is 100% downtime. So the reason why uptime and downtime are so important is because at some point there is a threshold where if there is too much downtime on a flanker, which there always is going to be downtime while they reposition, while they wait for cooldowns, while they get healing, stuff like that, there's always downtime. But if there's too much, then the flanker is no longer worth playing. So, for example, say I'm playing Psylocke, I get 1 kill, and then I AFK for 2 minutes. I just sit back here and I'm just like, all right, I'm tired. I'm going for 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm not dying. And I got a kill. I'm 1-0. Why is my team complaining? I'm fucking AFK. I have so much downtime that it's not worth me being Psylocke if I can just play a different character and have better uptime. So how do we force downtime? That's what it comes down to, right? And to force downtime, we do something called marking. And that basically just means hitting them. So like this is marking right now. And it's just forcing this person to be less successful in their attempts of doing damage or approaching or anything like that. It's just making it so they have a harder time doing their job. And a lot of times it means forcing them to either look for healing or retreat and give them more downtime. So an example I tend to tell people is, say Black Panther Actually, that's not even a good example. Let's just say Spider-Man, right? So Spider-Man, if Spider-Man has this much HP, so if he's got a 150 HP, this character is probably pretty freaking bad, right? So if every time you see this Spider-Man like swinging around, he's ready to go in on your team, if you hit him 100 damage, he has to go back. Like, this character sucks if you constantly take 100 damage or 100 HP from him. And that's kind of the point, right? If you take away enough HP from any character, Black Panther, if Black Panther is always at like 100 HP, he's pretty freaking trash because he might just die on his engagement. It becomes way more risk than it will be reward. And that's kind of the point of marking the flankers. You can mark divers as well. A lot of times divers are tankier because, you know, you have your Venom, your Hulk, your Captain America's in there. And a lot of times they get more attention because they don't tend to be in bad line of sights from their healers. They just tend to be far away or in the fight earlier. But flankers tend to be easier to mark. So Psylocke, yes, she has good mobility and all that, but the point is if you take a Psylocke and hit her down to 150 HP every single time she peeks, she might still peek a little bit, but she's going to be more scared to peek, and she's going to be even more scared to engage. Also, uptime should be coordinated with the team. Yeah, so, I mean, that's a big part about playing a flanker, is that you should not be putting yourself in a position where you can be easily marked down, right? And even more so, you should never be in a position where you can be easily focused. So, as a flanker, the like number one mistake you can make is trying to create a distraction for a team that isn't there. Because then you're not creating a distraction, you're just inting, right? If all 6 of the enemy team can look at you because your team is not there, then you're just gonna die, and then you're staggering, and like that's feeding. The point of being a flanker is to divert attention, so there needs to be attention to divert from. And that's how you maximize your uptime without being forced to be downtime, right? So once you start getting marked and once people are paying attention to your position, you need your team to play the other side, right? So once they're looking at you, you are no longer distracting from the enemy team until your team distracts from you. So either you distract the attention of multiple people in the enemy team or threaten to kill one, and you're like 1v2 essentially, and then your team is 5v4 without you, or your team is doing the same for you. So they're taking the attention away from your angle. That way you can peek back out and sort of ping pong this attention. And that's kind of the point of a flanker. A flanker or a dive with no follow-up is useless. I would say a dive with no follow-up is useless, but I think a flanker doesn't necessarily need follow-up, but a flanker does need coordination. You don't always need to follow up on the flanker necessarily, because a lot of times they tend to be able to do their job efficiently as long as there's other people in the interaction. But yeah, for the most part, like, you can't just do your thing alone. It's not a solo carry position, which a lot of people seem to think it is. And I think that's kind of a big misconception, is that like, oh, I'll just play Psylocke, I'll just play Phoenix, I'll just play Star-Lord, and I'll just get behind them and kill them all. But when you're behind them and try and kill them all, and your team isn't in front of them trying to absorb attention, you're just 1v6ing. And at that point, you're throwing, right? So that's kind of the big thing. So the counterplay to flankers is going to be by marking them, because if you think about it, if you just take even 50 HP, like, so think about the patch notes. A lot of characters, when they get nerfed from 275 to 250 HP, it's kind of considered a really big nerf. Like, Mantis went from, like, being relatively, not tanky, but, like, had a decent amount of survivability, but when she lost her 25 HP, she became, like, kind of bad. Like, there was a lot more thresholds and breakpoints that were met that she can just get bursted by. Her time to kill went really far down. So you can pseudo nerf every single flanker trying to be behind your team by just shooting them like once or twice, and then you give that nerf to them, and you do that enough, and eventually the patch notes in game are too strong and the character's not worth playing, and they switch. 1v6ing with Cyan gold ranks is really satisfying though. True. Um, that is true. I'm not sure if there's much more to say on this subject. I feel like there is more to say, but I don't think I'm prepared to say it right now. I think if I had more preparation, I probably would be able to say more on this, but I don't actually have too much to say other than that. I think by classifying these two categories better, and by knowing the counterplay to each, and know that the counterplay sometimes overlaps. These are not black and white, but I think by understanding the goals of what they're trying to do, you can play their game less often. And when you are playing with a flanker or a diver, you can play your game more often. And I think that can be very valuable in general, because I think probably most people just straight up don't exactly know the goal when they have these characters on their team or on the enemy team. And it just seems like we're just playing the same game regardless of what characters are in the game, right? And I think that is kind of a mentality that breaking out of that in general really helps you think the about the game on a fundamental level. Because a lot of people tend to just play the game exactly the same, regardless of the matchups, and matchups do matter. At least when you play against people that know what they're doing, matchups matter a lot. But I think that's about all I have to say about this right now. I said another term earlier, and I said that would be for a good topic, but I forgot what it was. I actually just don't remember. I have to go back, because I swear I said something and I was just like, that's for a different day. And I just don't even remember what I said that about. I'm not gonna lie. But that leaves us almost about an hour into the stream, so pretty good timing to get into VOD reviews. Which we're gonna do in a couple minutes. And we're gonna start with Drew's VOD, where he played support. And actually, pretty on topic, I believe the note here, which let's look at it now. I believe the note does say that we were playing against Dive. Yes, so let's pull this up real quick. Okay, so play Cloak and Dagger, which we did on Krakoa. So this is a plat diamond lobby. Team face-off is a very good dive comp. At first we lost, then we won. Good supports to play versus dive, and how should we play it? Okay. Good VOD about peeling and divers / flankers for you. Yo, if you want to throw it in the Discord, feel free. Did a fantastic job with the peel. This is sarcasm. Got it. General good supports to play against dive, and how should we play it? So actually, that's actually a tough question, because honestly, I think certain supports do better against different divers. So, for example, if the diver is a Black Panther, I actually don't prefer to have Loki, even though Loki is really good against dive. But against Black Panther, if we're running two supports, I typically will call for Luna and Viz. And the reason for that is Black Panther has a kill threshold at 250, and Luna and Invis both have 275 HP, which makes it so a normal Black Panther combo cannot kill them, and it gives them a lot of time to ping pong back and forth without risking dying, and they also don't need to burn any important cooldowns to do that. A lot of times, Invis and Luna can get away with just sitting on Invis's shield, healing each other, and Black Panther has to burn all of his cooldowns to get in and out. But honestly, a lot of supports do pretty well against dive. In different scenarios. So we're looking at, holy shit, Spider-Man. So yeah, let's look at, they have two Spider-Man and Venom. So for example, with Venom, I'm probably not calling for Cloak and Dagger. I think Venom, if you're getting doped by Venom and he's a big problem, I know there's a Spider-Man as well, and even a Reed. Um, but if Venom is the problem, a lot of times I'm probably calling for maybe a Rocket if you're having a lot of trouble dealing with dive and nobody's peeling. Um, because Venom is a character that does not have great mobility on does not have great available mobility. He has his wall climb, which is usually his starter tool to engage, and he has a swing which he needs to maintain to get out. So by playing Rocket, unless you get Giga bursted on the dive, which is possible, um, a lot of times you're able to get to a high ground position or even just hover in the air, and Venom can pretty much not touch you at all. Um, so like Cloak and Dagger is a character that I probably wouldn't pick against Venom, but I might pick against Spider-Man because Cloak and Dagger, once they get marked or tagged by Spider-Man's spider tag, a lot of times you can just throw a bubble at the ground, and that heals not only the damage from the tag, but or from the tracer rather, but also it'll heal you during the combo. And a lot of times Spider-Man can't hit those breakpoints of doing a full combo and getting a kill. He can re-engage, but a big part about dealing with dive comes down to stalling the kill time enough that you can get support. If you are completely left alone, you're probably going to die to a dive anyway. But the point is not to 1v1 the Spider-Man. The point is to survive long enough that your team can help you. Or get him off of you. Like the goal as the support player is not to stop the dive, it is to delay the dive, it is to survive the dive really. And make their time wasted. Sadly, I do wish voice comms were recorded in VOD sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that helps would help a lot. It's so unfortunate because some people somebody has sent in, I don't remember who it was, but somebody has sent in VODs where it was from their perspective and I could hear the voice comms. And that's helpful, but I don't get the free cam, so I don't get to switch perspectives, I don't get to see all the ult charges and all that. Which is also very helpful. So it's kind of like you have to pick one. And generally being able to see the positions in the game and have that omniscience uh, is usually better. But I think a lot of times comms go very underrated. A lot of people just turn comms off in comp and just like play. And I think that having good comms is an extremely effective way of getting better at the game and playing higher quality and better games. Okay. Well, well, actually, before I get started, let me get up, stretch, drink some water, wellness check. I suggest you guys do the same. I will be back in like 3 to 5 minutes, and then we're gonna jump into this game, see what we're doing against dive and what we can be doing better against dive. back. I just want you to hear the delusion this guy was spitting and you watch the stream from you. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people should I feel like a lot of the things that I discuss on my streams is trying to debunk delusion, like common delusions people have. But yeah, I feel like that's a lot of it. Where it's like this guy's delusional. Send him here. I was a little toxic stating I was his rank at 16, but it took him probably 200. But I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a little toxic. I'm not gonna lie, but also like some people need to get over themselves, right? While I would not personally have said something like that, I don't blame you. All right, so we're getting into Drew's VOD. So before we start, if we're gonna talk specifically about dive and they are playing good dive comp, and how we should be countering it, the first thing we need to just like express is that there is no one solution fits all for dive. It's not like they have dive, and regardless of the character, we can use this solution and it's gonna work every time. I will say that I'm seeing that they have a Venom, and this person plays Venom the entire game. I do not see an Emma on your team. I also do not see a Luna on your team. These may be issues. Venom has a couple of very major counters. CC and Burst. So, for example, Venom is a character that thrives on being very risky, right? He goes in and he wants to stay in as long as he can before getting out. So a very common way to shut down Venoms is to let him go in, fight him back a little bit until he's maybe at like half HP or something burstable. And then we choke slam him. And then as a team, we maybe like Punisher shotgun him in the face or something. Oh, we do have a Luna at some point. Like Punisher or Psylocke burst, or we torch burst or something like that. We do some burst while he is full CC'd and he can't pop a shield. That is the easiest way to shut down a Venom. I don't say easiest, the most consistent way to shut down a Venom. And this goes for a lot of other characters with similar mentalities. Another great example is Hulk. Hulk likes to do this thing where he jumps in and sort of plays the line a little bit, where he gets kind of risky and jumps out maybe with a bubble, and like he sort of plays that risky game. And Emma doesn't let you play that risky game, because if you get even close to getting risky, then all of a sudden like the risk, like Hulk can normally get out with like 20% HP. Let's just random number, right? Once he gets 20% HP, he's pretty safe to get out. Now with Emma involved, that he needs to get out at like 50 or 60% HP, and then at that point it's like not even worth playing Hulk. Venom is very similar, where you playing Emma is a really good counter him because it doesn't let him play his game of I want to stay in for as long as I can and be risky about it. Um, Luna is similar. Mantis is also similar, where you know you freeze or sleep him, and then burst him before he can press a shield button. Of course, that was after his attacks me. I gave out receipts, not punishment. Understandable. No, I get it. I I do not really I don't support toxicity, but I do think that if somebody else is like blatantly toxic for little to no reason, like if they're being toxic for the sake of being toxic, they deserve what they're getting, right? It's like if you have a clapback at that point, it's just more funny, right? Like it's not just like you're not really being toxic, you're just being like funny because they're already bringing the toxicity. So what's a little like a little bit of a clapback, right? So I understand. All right, so let's see how we deal with these divers. Um, it seems like we do quite a bit of switching on this guy, but let's see what we're doing here. Um, okay, so we're on Krakoa. We're number 5. Okay, so we do start with Emma, which is interesting that we drop the Emma at any point here. So we're running Helicomp. We're running hella solid. Like, I actually fuck with this comp. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I think this comp is actually pretty solid. The only thing that I would maybe change would be like the Cloak and Dagger to Luna, right? But I think Cloak and Dagger is fine here, given that actually, you know what? I would definitely switch. So there's just a preference thing. I think Cloak and Dagger or Luna definitely over Cloak and Dagger here. She's not banned. And the reason why is because you have exactly one person you need to give Snowflake, this Psylocke, right? Um, I guess two if you want to count the Hela, but for the most part, you can set and forget the Snowflake on this Psylocke. Um, but I think that there's merit to playing this Cloak and Dagger here too as well. Um, I will say that I don't particularly advise rolling out with Cloak and Dagger unless you're also rolling out with Magneto. The reason for that is because if they have a Magneto and you don't, and you're in the fight for one life enough to get your ult, you might just get meatballed. Um, so you just need to have some answer to that because Magneto's a very popular character. So if this fight happens, you pop your ult, Magneto pops his ult, which granted, you should be getting your ult faster. But if something happens that way, especially because you have a Loki, so Loki might be copying you, so he might get meatballed. So it's one of those things where if they have a Magneto and you don't for the bubble, there's a good chance that you might just die in your ult because Magneto is a very popular character. If he's not banned, there's like maybe a 40 or 50% chance that he's on this enemy team without knowing. So just something to keep in mind. Anyway, I actually do like this Cloak and Dagger pick. I don't think it's the end of the world that it's not Luna. I think this is fine. We hear our Hela get hit right here. So I think we acknowledge this Venom, right? Yeah, we acknowledge him, and we hear our Hela get hit. So we should be ready. Yeah, it wasn't even the Venom on him, right? That was the cap. So yeah, we acknowledge this. So something to note about Cloak and Dagger, and I'm gonna say this before I see the rest of the gameplay, but something to note about Cloak and Dagger, a big strength that they have for dealing with dive. Granted, I don't think they're the strongest at dealing with dive in general, but one of the strengths that Cloak and Dagger has when dealing with dive is that they have remote healing. So if you need to split your attention in multiple directions, you can drop a bubble on somebody, heal the other person with your window and left clicks, and then um, check back on the bubble person like in a second. Because a lot of times the bubbles can prevent them from dying very quickly. If they do, depending on the threat, obviously. So if it's a cap, for example, a lot of times if the Captain America is on like my Hela, I can throw a bubble on her, and then I can kind of look away from her for a second. Like he's not gonna kill her inside the bubble, unless something else happens. So if something else happens, you need to be aware of that. But a big benefit you have as Cloak and Dagger for dealing with dive specifically, especially low damage dive like Cap and Iron Fist even, is that you have this bubble to mitigate some of the damage, and it's not gonna save them, but it's treated as if it's damage reduction, right? We lose our Hela, we lose our Loki, so you're solo healing right now. See, this is a good example of what I was just talking about. Like, realize you're taking damage, so you just drop the bubble, and now you're getting pocket healed, right? Like, you don't need to worry about anything else. Um, this guy's being kind of annoying, but um, okay. So I feel like okay. So while yes, this is true, there is nobody looking your direction, giving you attention. There, I want to see this again. So he slams, and we double switch. I don't know why. Okay, so I don't know if this is a nitpick. No, this is not a nitpick. We have no reason to hit this torch. We're not going to kill him. He even had shield from the slam. We're not going to kill this guy, right? So our goal right here, we don't care about anything except surviving. If these guys die because they're not peeling for you and you're busy, that's different story. You do not need to be hitting this torch. What you should be doing is instead of aiming at this torch for what, 2 daggers? It's technically 3. Actually like 4. You should be hitting this cap. And you could heal yourself like not 100. You could heal yourself what, like over 50 from hitting this cap 4 times? And you might survive here. Also, something to note: you have your cape up. What's up, Tibbs? How are you doing? Soto small? I'm not small. Yeah, you have cape up. So what you could do here, um, it's not the best option, but like realistically, like if you're just getting shredded and your team is not paying attention to you, you do have the option of caping in front of your Thor or like in between here. That way they might body block. But that's the thing is you shouldn't have to do that, right? You should be getting some amount of peel, at least from this cap. The torch is a different story. They can't really do anything about him. But if your Thor's pushing this cap away or your Emma slams this cap, you're probably living here, right? Also, note your other healer is dead, so. We're kind of staggering here, but we're fighting for point. So the reason why I'm okay with this is because we're there's nobody getting point right now. So we want to fight until we die. Once they get point, like once it's captured, we need to regroup. But right now we are not losing anything by trickling here. Um, and that's another concept that I should probably talk about is a lot of people don't know the concept of dying on point. A lot of people actually just don't know why we do that and why it's a good thing and when it's a good thing. People don't really realize the impact of that. They just kind of say it. So like right here is when you start regrouping, right? Because now you have something to lose by taking too much time. So you should run right here. I want you to be running like literally back here. And this is I literally I will tell my team this. I will say run to the spawn door. If you do not see a tank in front of you, you are too far up. This Luna should not be here. She can die. She can die right now to like a random like a torch right here. She can die. You could probably even die. This Loki could probably even die. This door needs to be in front of you. You need to run back until you see this door's ass. Honestly, you're not taking space alone as healers. The fact that you get this kill is crazy, by the way. But realistically, like if they coordinate a stagger there, that Luna could just die. Um, if you want, I think it's important for people to regroup and like make it a point to regroup. Like, don't half-ass regroup. Just run to the spawn door. If you need to run into the spawn room to regroup, do it because regrouping at all is way more important. Our Thor goes in a little past our point. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna rewatch this. So we kind of get wrecked here. What exactly goes wrong here? I'm gonna look at it from here. So first of all, our Loki is like trolling. We're here. So okay. So it was. Wait, I'm confused. We have 4 healers. Which one was the Emma? Was the Emma the Ultron or the Luna? Either way, either way, you know, be really good on this Venom right here that dives in on your team. A Luna or an Emma. But this is just really bad coordination. Like your Loki's fighting point alone. He dies. His Thor's fully line of sighting. He's line of sighting to fight a Venom that has overshield. Like this Venom has double HP. Um, and we kind of throw our cape out on a threat that's not on us anymore. It's just kind of a big miscoordination. So if this is just a cleanup at this point. This is all cleanup. So this is you shouldn't even survive here. You should just die. You're not surviving this. Um, yeah. So you just get staggered, right? So once you realize you're not surviving, like if you put in all of your abilities, all your efforts, once you realize you're not surviving, just run towards them. Run towards them as Cloak. Throw your cape. Get as much ult charge as you can, and let them kill you. That way you don't waste like the extra, like, you know, 5 to 10 seconds trying to run away and then dying eventually anyway. And our storm just kind of dies anyway. Um, yeah. So against teams like this, where they're playing pretty much full dive, right? So they're playing Venom, Cap, Spider-Man, and then Torch is Torch. But Venom, Cap, Spider-Man, and they engage very frequently. There's a general rule of thumb that we need to follow here. Um, and there's an order of operations. The order of operations goes, we peel, kill, dive, and then walk. If Venom jumps on your team, we need an Emma, or we need something that can threaten his life. If we keep letting him get out, then he's going to dive on us and stall our push forever. We need something to threaten his life. So things that would be good at threatening his life would be Emma, Thing, Groot to an extent, Bucky, Luna, anything that can force his position to be bad or stop his ability to get out. That way we can kill him. Once you kill the people diving on your backline, and this is a team thing, this is not just you. Once we kill the people diving your backline, we can walk up. Because now it's a 6v5. Yeah. Can we keep it a little less zesty in chat? No lewd, no lewd. Horny bonk. This is crazy Spider-Man ult. We should definitely be catching up on healing, and now we run it like, so this is a good example, right? Granted, to be fair, it's a Spider-Man, so he's got a good rollout, but we killed flank, and now we walk. This Spider-Man is not in this fight, it is a 6v5. Look, now we turn this cap. If Emo is here, we kill this cap, and we walk. We kill the cap, and we walk. Assemble gets popped, we could probably divert our attention somewhere, but they're popping ults here. Oh, okay, so it's an honest mistake, but we should. When do we get ults? We both have ults, so do we regroup with ults here? Yeah. So at this point, once we realize we have two ults up, we should be communicating. So once you get your ult, so here's a good this is not an 18 plus stream is why I say that. Get into a habit of when you get your ultimate, the first thing you do is press tab and check what ultimates are in the game. Because if you right here, when you get your ultimate, press tab and notice Luna has her ultimate, your first thought, the very first thing that should cross your mind is who's ulting first, and you should communicate that with your Luna. If you don't have an IGL on your team who's going to coordinate that, you need to coordinate that as a support player. Who's ulting first? That way you don't double ult. And it's on both you and Luna for not doing that, but especially you since you get your ult second. If Luna got her ult second, it is more of a burden on her to mention, I've got my ult up, who else has ult up? Cloak and Dagger has ult up. Maybe I will let you ult first. Let's do Cloak ult first. Which in this case, I think Cloak ult first makes more sense. Because you're breaking through the choke point instead of stalling point. But either way, we need to try our best to never double ult. Ever. I'm actually surprised that nobody ulted that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that seems like an opportunity for somebody to panic ult. But good discipline, because I would have rather you die to that than popping an ult here. So once this assemble comes in, this is where I'm looking to ult. So we're getting to a pretty dangerous point in the capture percentage where we need to start, like, this is about our last opportunity to capture the point without it being forced into overtime, or forced to 99 rather, because if we lose this fight right here and don't start contesting point, we might just lose and never touch point. Game needs a calm roll option for I'm using ult. Yes, I agree. So the typical etiquette that I follow, I don't know if it's like an official, like definitely not official, but like I don't know if this is like a standard thing that people do, but I will double ping my ult to indicate I'm going to use this first. Like I'm looking to use this. Um like one ult ping means I have it up. Double ult ping, like very quick, like ult is just I am looking to use this as soon as possible. And most people get what I mean by that. So it's like if I'm playing Groot and I double ping my ult, that means I want my Moon Knight to be ready to ult, right? Stuff like that, where it's just like, um, I'm looking to use this. That is not universal. I agree. I think that that's the best I have, unless you're using voice. But I think there should be a like, I want to use my ult button, like a separate ult button to indicate that you are trying to use it, because it would make it a lot easier to communicate without using your microphone. Anyway, we double ult this. I think this Cloak and Dagger ult gets way more space than the Luna ult does, and I think the Luna ult would have been better to put on point when we contest it. But we double ult. Oh, that's rough. Wait, we lose. Where's the Loki ult? Wait, I'm actually confused. Wait, did we triple support ult? Is that what just happened? No, we're dead ass. Oh, we're just trolling now. Surely that's a misclick. Wait, actually, you know what? I'm actually curious. Is this a misclick? Wait. Surely it's a misclick. I'm just so curious. He has... Where is it? Where is it? Wait, actually, I think it was a misclick. Wait. I think, yeah, he's going for Luna. Wait. Wait, actually, how did this happen? Actually... Wait. That's fucked up. Wait, that's actually... No, that's not even his fault. That's actually not even his fault. What? I want to see this one more time. Like, I need to see this in, like, slow-mo. Bro. That's actually... Like, I'm actually upset by this. Okay, wait. No, dude, this isn't even his fault. This isn't even his fault. Honestly. Like, dead ass, this isn't even his fault. I think I'm missing that Loki ult 10 out of 10 if that's how the precision is. Like, I think I'm actually just never getting that Luna right there. Controller Loki be like... He's not even on controller. But that was crazy. Anyway. Yeah, so... Okay. This was really rough. We used all 3 of our healer ults at the very end and didn't even contest. They also used their healer ults, so yeah. But we're not looking too hot right here. I thought this was console. This is not console. Drew just plays on controller. Drew plays controller on PC. Yeah, it's not console. We switched to Penny in Spawn. I don't think you play Penny because it's not on the Discord board. Yeah, I think so. Just off of that first round. First of all, I honestly I don't think dive is the issue here. Yes, dive is an issue, but I think the team coordination in that first round was just really bad. But also, I think if the divers are tanks, if it's Venom Cap, the first thing you should be looking for is an Emma. The second thing you should be looking for is probably like a Thing. Or I mean, those are your big ones. Bucky's another pretty good answer to tanky divers. Because his hook is very easy to hit and he's good at peeling. And he's relatively tanky himself, so he is good at brawling them in the back line and forcing them out. But Emma's gonna be the number. Like, there's a reason why Emma is in like almost every game. It's because of this. She keeps so many people in check, and one of those people she keeps in check is Venom, and another one is Cap. Okay, I like this walk up. Should be looking at our Wanda. So the reason why I say that here, let me make sure I'm right. So am I looking at my Wanda here? She ults and she gets pretty low right here. Yeah, so right here. At this point, I'm looking at my Wanda. And why I'm looking at my Wanda is I know they're Venom ulting, but my Wanda's about to leave my range. Like, she's chasing this Cap. So I know she's going to go too deep. And these tanks are at full HP. Yes, we're getting Venom ulted, so like they go down to like half or below half. But this Wanda's about to be unhealable. So and she's a 250, which means that throwing like 2 daggers at her is a very significant portion of her health, whereas you need to spam a lot of daggers into these guys to keep them healthy. So just throwing like 2, maybe 3 at her before she gets out of your line of sight, and then switching back to these guys, especially because they have a bubble here. I think I would try and keep this person on her off angle alive longer, because I know she's not coming back. Gage is first. Nobody claimed it. How come nobody's playing Jeff? There is a Jeff in this game at some point. But also Jeff is not good. I hate to break it to you. He ain't got his new cut yet, G. Yeah. Jeff, okay, fun fact. Jeff is getting a freaking, is it a spray? It's a spray or an emote or something where Jeff gets like a haircut? I don't know what's going on with that, but Jeff will undeniably be the worst support next season, no content. Yeah. I think Jeff is already undeniably the worst support right now. I think he's going to be, like, I legit think that with the changes, Jeff is going to be like a solid, like, I dare I say 2 tiers below, like literally 2 tiers. Like, it's going to be terrible. Anyway, your Wanda dies. But your Wanda doesn't die, actually. Never mind, your Wanda dies. And this is kind of on her for this positioning. But we're doing a good job at staying on point. I think we should be, I think staying next to your Groot is okay. That way you force him to give you attention. I think it would be better to be slightly further away and asking for attention when you need it. But I think staying right next to him, that way he cannot miss you, is actually not a bad idea if you know that you're not going to get peeled very easily. So you have ult up, so we checking. We're the only one with ult up, right? So you know that you're the only one who can press ult right now. Do I ult this? I don't think I do. Yeah. I think this is one. I don't think you should just hover like that, though. In my head, when I pop this cape, so once you start getting low, right? I am not staying right here. I'm probably moving back here. Like, I'm probably flying to get to this health pack. The only threat you would have doing that is like this torch sniping you because you have like 40 HP. But I think even if he hits you, you're not dying to that from this range for sure. This is really risky, just like staying right here. I don't think it's the worst thing, but like there is a lot of risk doing that. Good morning, Oxford. How are you doing? That's right. Did we have bubble up? I think we just got it back. Oh no, we actually had it for like a second. Yeah. Oh, we probably should have. If we spammed that on cooldown, we actually live this. Yeah. This is kind of rough. Because this is a position where you don't want to burn your ult. So realistically, you don't want to burn your ult here, right? So it's like you're in like a 4v actually it's a 4v4. Oh, 5v4. So you're winning this fight and it feels like a waste to pop your ult. But if you die, you don't have an ult. So once you die, this becomes losable. So what you need to do is focus. Your whole priority is your own life. You can pop your ult at any time to save these guys' lives. But once you die, these guys can die too. And your Loki might get ult while you're dead, and he has nobody to copy. He has to copy the enemy Luna. Or Invis, I guess. But this becomes very losable once you die. Do we cap? This is so messy, though. Unironically, I think I would have preferred to see you just pop ult to guarantee to win this fight. Because we're in the initial rollout. Like, nobody has the point yet. Getting the point first is such a privilege. I think it's worth popping an ult at a bad time if you need to do it to guarantee the point. Because this is like a risky fight now. And I don't know how this is going to play out, but they're going to get a support ult, and you guys have none. Your Loki needs to look for a support, and now you have to go in, but at this point, like, you're down one, so it's kind of rough. But I think you actually win this, because you have better support ults. I think, yeah, okay. I think as long as your Loki copied a support ult, you're actually good here. Yeah, okay. This works out. And we should be looking to stagger. We should be looking to push up a little bit here. So I know not every Groot is me. But a slanted Groot ramp right here gives you like the best line of sight in all the fucking game. Because you could just look over this, and you could even bank daggers over this wall against your tanks that are trying to push up right here and clog this choke point. But we should not just be all sitting here. Like, we actually just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on point. So immediately after winning this fight, my first call is probably going to be to get up here. Because when we're up here, the worst thing that can happen, really, realistically, like, reasonably, if we play this not to fight and die, like, if we just want to not, like, to deny them space and live, the worst thing that happens is we get pushed off of there fast, and then we end up right here. So we should be looking forward. This Punisher wants to be in this angle. I guess that's okay, but I think we should be looking to take space here if we can. Because letting them set up here and up here is actually, like, giving them a good fight. They're looking down on you. Great bubble. Yeah, that was that, like, that bubble kept you a lot, like actually, like, tenfold. You probably died like a ton of times there if you didn't have that bubble. And the Loki rune too. Did that blind hit? I think it did. Oh, we're just standing in there. So, okay. Something right here. We hear Supernova. This is nothing to do with dive anymore, but we hear Supernova. And we cape. We need to know where we're caping to. So you have actually like 3 good options here, right? So you pop this cape, and I think this is a fine cape to pop. But you know that this torch pops Supernova, and he's got these tornadoes on you. He can only have 3 tornadoes at a time. So intuitively, I feel like the play you would want to make here is to spread them out, right? So you either pop this cape, and you either go up here. You can go up here and try and get back here to cover, which this might be a weak position because now nobody has healing here. You could go up here. I don't think you can make it up here, but you could reposition to like back here. You have a few options. The only option you don't have is to stay exactly where you are. And the reason why you want to reposition, especially to a high ground. So like, I think going up on this log would be pretty effective. And the reason why is if you're up on here, This torch, these tornadoes aren't hitting you. So he wants to throw one on here to get you off of it, and now there's less pressure on your team. So by repositioning to a spot that is an off angle that your team isn't occupying right now, you are taking the threat of these tornadoes away from them. And one tornado is not going to instantly kill you with your current HP, right? So if he throws a tornado at you up here, you have the agency to drop down and keep healing your team from this angle. And if he does kill you by throwing tornadoes all here, you're kind of saving your team. Like, you're being a worthy sacrifice at the very least. But I think the worst thing you could do here is pop your cape and stay in the tornadoes, right? And you do, like, almost survive. And he was looking at you. So it might not have changed the outcome fully, but I think it would have been a better move to at least give him the ability to miss, the ability to give your team space. It would just give you a higher chance of surviving that interaction and winning that interaction as a team. Regrouping. I like how we're just literally sitting here regrouping. I don't like how our Punisher was like first one in, but yeah, and I think that's fine. This Strange is in a bad position. Nice. And we get the last hit. Our Venom is... Bro. Yo. Is this the guy who's played everything? Yeah, I think it is. Why do we put that bubble there? Let me think. They actually don't have a threat of one shot. The only thing on their team that can threaten to one... Okay, I guess they have a Lunar Freeze. But the only thing that would warrant you to use a bubble at full HP here is if you're worried about getting, like, comboed by Spider-Man. But if you're going to get comboed by Spider-Man, you would put the bubble down once you get hit by this Tracer right here. Just something to know. I think we might have used that one bubble a little too early. I think now would be a good time to use the... I mean, we even have it back, but right here, once they jump on him, this Punisher, this is a time where it is very telegraphed. He's going to take a lot of damage. He might still die with the bubble, but I'm throwing a bubble right here on this ledge to let him fight for as long as possible and maybe give him the option to drop down. I'd honestly I think a better bubble would be under here. That way he has the ability to drop down and still get healing for longer. But either way, he gets bursted very fast, so I don't even know if that would save... Honestly, it would have saved them. A bubble would have saved them. It was dive, your spider sense going off. Even so, you can bubble on reaction to dive. The only thing that would kill you fast enough would be if Venom does the one-shot combo. But if he does the one-shot combo, your bubble is not saving you. Did you not get hit by that? Wait, where did that Agamotto land? Oh, it gets shielded. Okay. I like your instinct to drop the bubble there, though. Okay, I was gonna say. Good match. You have a better ult. Way better ult. I think we should be up with our Venom. At this point, the worst thing that can happen here is our Venom dies, right? And this is kind of like, again, this is a team thing. Our Venom actually has the right idea here. Why are we all just standing right here? Take either a high ground, so we either play up here and be ready to fall back through this room. We play up here and be ready to just drop down. Or we play right behind this Venom, right? Like, we need to be supporting our Venom. Because he can die here. And granted, he's Venom, so the likelihood he dies here is pretty low. But he can. And we're just kind of chill. Like, we're taking zero space by sitting right here, right? We're just letting them get into the perfect position to jump on us at the same time. And I see you're trying to heal him, but you can get, like... If they're not running past him, you can just safely get line of sight. Like, you know that... I mean, I guess they could have switched to like a Widow or a Hawkeye, but realistically, like, you should know that they're not on that. Also, if you pushed up with your enemy, you would have heard the portal. And then that's when you fall back. Is this first VOD? Yes. I think we should be further back. Like, we... Oh, never mind. We have an ult down. I didn't see the ult. Also, let me criticize this ult real quick. I mean, it's fine. Oh, no cheaper town home. Okay. How many VODs are in queue? So I will probably only be doing 2 VODs today. It's going to be this one, and then it's going to be the one with Pika's faction. But I do have a VOD submission channel in my Discord, and I just pick from those. So if you submit a VOD today, it might be next stream, it might be the one after that, but I do choose from there. Not home, so you can't get the code to your match. Yeah, it's fine. You can submit it at any time. It doesn't have to be during the stream or anything. So it's just a backlog of VODs that I can go through. Not in order though, Soto hates me. No. They're not in order. I tried to do a little bit of like first in, first out, but some VODs just look like they're better content or they're more valuable to look at. No offense to anybody who I skip over or like don't prioritize, but some just very clearly seem like, oh, this is something that will lead to a discussion point. So like this, where it's like we're talking about how are we supposed to deal with dive as supports. So it's like it has a very clear question and a very good reason to why we're watching the VOD. And that's why I think this one's a very good one to watch. Honestly, I think, first of all, I don't know why they switched off of cap. The cap was kind of running your shit the first round. Because I feel like you guys didn't really deal with dive much better the second round as a team. There just wasn't as much dive to deal with, to be quite honest. What's up, Deathfire? How are you doing? I honestly, Punisher can do what he wants. I was gonna say I don't really like how we're rolling out with Punisher turret like first thing, but honestly, if he's getting there faster, like it's actually not that big of a deal. Now it's a okay. Well, we're getting tackled. Okay. Good match. Unfortunately, you couldn't get a better one. I think we. Okay, so this ult's a little weird. I want to see your pathing again because I feel like. So there's two things to note here. Let me see. I need to count. It's close. Yeah, it is actually very close. I was gonna say because you don't really run the risk of getting tackled out of your ult, but you do. You do. And they also have a Spider-Man. So I wouldn't be trying to take maximum space here. But also, I think this first dash is where I'm not a fan of. So we dash inward, and that gives us a really weird option, right? So you want to cover more of the site than this, ideally. You want to give your team space to fall back. But since we dash inward, that makes our second dash giving space to fall back kind of awkward, right? Because then where do we put the third and fourth dash? I think this is fine. Matching the ult is good. I think you actually probably could have even waited a little bit, but I probably would have put this first dash closer to point and then go out, and then the last dash comes back into point. That way we don't get pulled off of it. But I think this is also fine because you're in cover right now. Like you are safe. I don't know what that was, but This is, I think the way you ulted, given that you were ulting your first 2 dashes that way, actually is completely fine. My mind just went a different direction. But this works out perfectly. And we should be looking to take space here. And is that person dead? No, he's not. Okay, supporting this Punisher, make sure he doesn't die. That's good. And now we should be looking to clog this choke point. Set up some group walls. Yo, our Venom is so. Just saying, this is nothing you can control in your solo queue games, but like, here's the call that I'm trying to do with my team, right? I'm probably calling that we have like a group wall here to patrol or to threaten the space. Venom posted on this wall to jump on anybody who crosses the choke. And then maybe we post somebody here to get this angle too. And then we're ready to fall back. This portal's not even active actually, so we don't even need to worry about that. We just need to control this area right here and this choke point. And they're like almost guaranteed to just flood through here. Like until like Celestial, people will just flood through here. They'll just go through main. So our Venom should not be this far ahead. Our Venom should just like be waiting for the opportunity. Nothing you can control, but I would be fucking raging at this Venom. Not actually, but like we lose because we do this. We're forced to catch up on heals. He uses cooldowns, and we're like, we have to freaking. I don't like how we pop our Loki ulti either. I think in general you should try your best to always have the better ult, which means you go second or last rather. Ideally, like I don't think we had to proactively Loki ult this, but because we did, we're in this situation. And it looks like we're actually kind of stable here. But yeah, now they have a Luna ult, and we don't have our Cloak and Dagger ult yet. Oh, that was fucked. Was that the Wolverine ult that just pushed you like that? Oh, that was... Okay, it was an Invis push. I was like, what the hell? Okay, that makes sense. We definitely just leave this. Die on point. Yeah, this is what dying on point is. Good. You probably should have just bubbled the ground even. Just survive as long as you can on point. Without ulting. I say survive as long as you can on point, but don't ult. That was not a time to ult. But we preserve our ult here. We have better healer ults right now. We know that the Invis, which is interesting because we have our ult and we used our ult in response to Invis. But Invis doesn't have ult right now. But in my head, I'm probably thinking I'm just going to assume Invis is ult. Invis also, I'm not entirely certain on my timings. Hoyo can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Invis on average gets ult faster than Cloak and Dagger. I believe Loki and Invis typically and Mantis get their ults very fast. I think you need to be closer. So I think this playing up here is normally fine, but you have ult and your Loki doesn't. So you need to be closer. That way you can save your group if you need to. Yeah, I like this. Just in case he gets bursted, because they have a Wolverine, right? So your group can get kidnapped at any second, so you need to be able to ult him when he does. Okay, I like this. Focusing on your other healer. Looking at the squishies, good. Your group goes a little too far, so this is a time. So focusing on your other healer, this is good. So now we have a Venom here, and we have a Punisher fighting him. This Punisher is not really in that much threat. Like, he is, but he isn't. And why he isn't is because you have bubble, right? Like, once you're here, you should be looking to just bubble him and look at your Groot, or bubble your Groot and look at him. This is what I mean by the remote healing. You have the ability to heal 2 places at once, and one of the places you don't need to look at. So you either choose to look at this Punisher, help him win this 1v1, which I think would be a misplay, or you look at this Groot and make sure he doesn't die. Because like I said, your Groot can die at any time. He gets kidnapped, he will die. You need to be either pocketing him or ready to ult him. So I would just throw this Punisher a bubble, probably put it on the stairs so he can back up to the Loki, and look at the Groot. That's probably what I'd do. This fantastic jumping on you is a little awkward, but yeah, that's exactly what happens. Your Groot gets kidnapped. I don't blame you for trying to save your ult to as long as possible, trying to match the invis. Bubble, please, bubble. Huh. I don't... Well, okay, first of all, this pathing was a little weird. So, this is fine. I honestly think this is probably okay, because this tackle is going to put you to your team, right? Kind of. You're inside of your Loki. But are you just afraid to press the jump button with your cape? I feel like you never hover with your cape. Because, like, right here, the first thing I'm thinking is I need to get to an open area. So my healer... Like, I have 2 other healers. I need them to see me. So I'm going to go on top of this portal. Like, I know I'm in view of more enemies, but I need to be in view of my healers. Because, like, I ulted, right? So, like, you have your ult on the ground right now, which means that once you get in there, you're fine. Like, am I tripping? You did just ult, right? That's what those ticks are. So, your goal should be to get into those. Yeah, so, like, right here, I'd be caping, like, and getting as close to my ult as possible. Because this Wolverine can't kill you on your ult. And second of all, as soon as you go through the teleporter, if you're going to do that, you need to bubble the ground. Like, you're gonna die anyway. Like, you're not living this. But you might waste more Wolverine's time. That's about it, honestly. Because, realistically, I think this teleport was a really big misplay. Like, if you have an ult on the... You have a spawn room just, like, 5 feet from you. You need to get to there as fast as possible. Do we wind up losing that fight? Because that's rough. I mean, we lose our Loki. Let's see. Once we lose our Loki here, I think, unless this Jeff gets like 5. I mean, I like that you're fighting that off. Oh wait, we're popping Punisher ult. Do I like this? Probably not, right? It's a 4v4 here, and their wolf is closer, and they're... Yeah, no, this is like not a good Punisher ult. But I don't think it's actually the worst one, because they don't have a way of responding to it. Like, I actually don't think this is that bad. I probably wouldn't call the... Like, I think I'm probably... Once the Loki dies, I want to call for a regroup, but I think it's barely winnable. And we are winning it. So, like, here's a point where I like this position. Like, I like where you are right now. Because at any point, if, like, Venom jumps on you, you just drop down, and then your team can see you to heal you. So this is fine. It just wasn't a great spot before because you wanted to be in range to ult. That was kind of the deciding factor of what made this position bad before. Okay. I don't think you needed to use that. Well, actually, wait. I'm actually not sure how this interaction works. If Wolverine ults your team, can you cape this Strange? Oh, you can! Okay, then maybe I guess that was good, but you didn't hover with it, so you didn't even cover... Like, you caped him for a split second after he tackled the wrong way. But if you're afraid of him killing you, you just run onto the Cloak and Dagger ult that was, like, right there. Okay, disappear. You're about to have your ult, and that's gonna just seal the deal, I assume. Yep, yep. Good. I mean, yeah, once you cover the entire point in Cloak and Dagger ult, you get to... Okay, okay. We're trolling a little bit. We lose that fight? How did we lose that fight? Wait. So, I was pretty convinced that was the end of the game, actually. So, right here. So, this Wolverine ult If you're afraid of it killing your Strange, I guess the cape is okay. I think the Strange theoretically should die no matter what. Honestly, if this wolf has full rage, which it looks like he does, I think if he hits this, your Strange just evaporates. Like, you could throw a bubble at the landing spot, but I think he's still going to die. It's just very fortunate he missed, and he missed before the cape. So do we need to ult this? I think we did. Like, when we used it, I think it was actually not a bad ult. Like, we kill Luna. I mean, I like how you're farming ult and then you immediately switch because you realize your Strange needs healing. Actually, I don't think we needed to ult this early. But I don't think it was that bad. I'm not a huge fan of how you ulted, though. I think covering the entire point is, like, fine, but you don't need to cover the entire point. You know the fight's happening here. You only need to cover this half. Realistically. Although this point's a little awkward, because I'm not even sure if Cloak and Dagger ult can make it up these steps, or make it, like, over there, but, I would probably be looking to, if I could, get up these steps. And then I could have this high ground position, I can heal my entire team, and I can threaten these people coming up here. But I'm surprised that we, like, oh, so they have a better Cloak and Dagger. That's what happened. And then our Jeff trolls. Yeah, that was fucked up. That was kind of fucked up. What's up, Venny? How are you doing? So we actually lose this fight. Do we portal back? I mean, if Mag touches and we Strange portal, or do we just run on? Okay, we portal. Yeah. Okay. The co-op time is so good. And then you're about to have yours. Oh, they double ult. Wait, that's kind of the toss. And they also died during their Cloak and Dagger ult. Okay. I don't hate this ult. Covers both entrances that they would be pushing from. Yep. I like taking the high ground there. Good dunk. Got enough time for one more VOD, so I'm going to be doing Pika's Factions VOD after this one. And I'm not sure, it is unlikely that there will be a third VOD today. But you are welcome to submit one. And I can get to it whenever I get to it. Okay. I'm going to be honest about this game. I don't think the issue at the start was dive. I think it was just general team miscoordination. So we had, like, our Loki going in 1v6 on the point on the first, like, thing. We were staggering. We used 3 support ults at the same time. Like, there was a lot just going wrong. We accidentally Loki ulted a Thor. There's just a lot. So realistically, I feel like the first point where you guys just got wrecked was not because dive was wrecking you, although it kind of was. The Captain America was doing quite a bit to you, and they switched off of it, which was really fortunate for you guys. Because I feel like if they pushed the cap more, it could have been more of a problem. And then we would have a dive issue. I think it was more of just a full team miscoordination issue. But I will say that something I am noticing about your Cloak and Dagger that is related to dive is that um for the most part your like survival instincts are pretty good. I think the biggest thing I'm noticing is actually your cape usage. I feel like a lot of the times your cape, obviously you can use it to dodge crucial skills, so like Iron Man ult type shit. But a lot of the times when you pop your cape, you don't want to just pop it and stay in the same place. A lot of times you pop it to get out of a situation. So, for example, when you were getting ulted by Torch, by popping it and just staying there, you're just guaranteeing that you're going to die, but delaying it. By popping it and repositioning, you force the Torch to choose between focusing on you or focusing on covering the area he was trying to cover, right? So if he wants you dead, he has to leave that area uncontested now. Another thing is like there were a couple times where you were getting like dove on by like a cap or a venom, and you would cape and you'd kind of just appear, there. And I think when I saw that you didn't die for it, but you very easily could have if they like. I feel like the reason why you might not have died for that is because they were expecting you to reposition with your cape. Kind of awkward to go up and down on controller. Yeah, but I feel like it's kind of an important thing to know how to do. Down is actually not as important. It is kind of important sometimes because falling is dangerous. Because if you go too far up and you need to go back down, um, or if you go too far up, you can get shot out as you fall. Um, but going up is really important. So if I'm getting pressured, like if I'm healing my team over here, well, they died. I'm a bad healer. But if I'm healing my team and I'm getting pressured, like a diver is just right here, I'm not going to fade and just like be like right here. I'm gonna fade and I'm probably gonna go up here and get this cover. And if they have the ability to chase me up here, now I have the ability to fall back. I can jump back down and go for like a juke and be like, okay, guys, there's a diver on me, and now I buy myself time. That way, while they're chasing me, my team has the opportunity to look at me now because I gave them time to. By doing this, you have pretty much exactly the duration of the fade, right? Once this disappears, you are vulnerable again, even by just levitating. So if you see me play Cloak and Dagger, you'll notice I do this kind of technique a lot where I will fade, go up, and I'll swap and I'll throw a bubble at the ground. So I'll just be like, I'm fading up, and then go down and I'll fall with a bubble. And then I'll start daggering the person next to me that's hitting me, and I'll just be able to out sustain their damage a lot of time. Um, and that doesn't always work, but it works a lot of the time where just going up and having that mobility means that you have the element of surprise. You can land on any side of them. Um, but again, like going like if you just hold space for the entire time, like doing this, like you're gonna get shot out of the air. So you have to know when the right timing is to sort of do this technique. But just in general, being able to use this as a repositioning, one of the strongest parts about it is that you can fly with it. Like that's one of like the strongest parts is that you can just go invulnerable and then end up in a spot that somebody like a Captain America might not be able to get to. Um, or a Venom even. Like Venom can't really just like if Venom wants to go from here to up there, like unironically, how does he do? What's the fastest way? It's actually probably to just run up and crawl up this wall. Like he can't. There's no good swing angle. Um. So like Venom, if he jumps on you here and you just go like this, you could laugh at him. You could emote on him. What is he gonna do to you? Um. And then once he wastes his time climbing up this wall, then you just go down the other side, throw a bubble, and be like, "Yo, team, I need help." That's all you need to do. And then all of a sudden, this dive that you might have died in less than 5 seconds, now you're stalling him for 15, 20 seconds, and he's not doing anything, and his team is flaming him. That's honestly the big thing I've noticed watching that. Um, I think your ults were fine. There were sometimes I was questioning them, but I think overall they were fine. Like they were good. It was just not exactly how I would have done it, but I think the way you did it were just as good. Another thing I noticed is the bubble usage, and this is actually, I think it's a bigger deal than it sounds like, but I think it comes up less frequently than it seems. But there are times where just knowing that one of the strengths of this is like, oh, there's like, I need to heal this Luna too. I could just do this and start healing my Luna, or like something like that. And now these guys are full. But I think that's another thing I noticed is that you need to use your bubble more as remote healing. There was a number of times where, honestly, more times than not, you did it well. But I think fine tuning that to doing it every single time is pretty important, because knowing that that's a big strength of the character. I think those are probably the big things that I noticed, especially the cape usage. I think that's going to be like the biggest takeaway here is the cape usage. I feel like you did a pretty fine balance of aggression versus defense. You were aggressive when you were allowed to, and when you noticed that you need to be healing more, then you switched back, and I think that was fine. And then there's like, a couple random fumbles like that teleport, but I don't think that wasn't like a fundamental mistake you were making. That was kind of like, it felt more like a brain fart, to be honest, where it's just like, yeah, sometimes we misplay. I don't think that was something that I can say is like, oh, you just keep doing this wrong, because you don't. As far as what characters you could play against dive, if you're going to play healer, so the thing about dive, so a lot of healers are really good against dive. So, but it depends on the diver. So, for example, if you're getting dove by Spider-Man or Black Panther, Spider-Man, not even that much, not good of an example, or like, let's say Venom or Cap, right? Rocket is pretty good, because Venom and Cap don't have the ability, like, if they dive on you, well, let me get lower. But like, if a Venom or a Cap dives on me and I just do this, they just can't follow me anymore. And I could just constantly be healing myself, which outdoes a lot of Cap's damage. It's not gonna, like, if he chases me forever, I will die if I'm just doing this. But eventually, like, it stalls enough against like Cap. So like Rocket's pretty good against those characters. But against someone like Iron Fist, Rocket gets smoked. So it is kind of a big matchup check on what healers are good against what divers. So just to break it down, against some of the common divers. So let's start with the tanks, right? So Hulk, you almost always want an Emma. The second best is going to be Luna, and probably Invis. Yeah, those are probably the ones I'm going to recommend against Hulk. Luna and Invis, and you pretty much always want to see if you have an Emma player against Hulk. Yeah, Cap, same. Okay, all the tanks, Emma. If you have an Emma player, you should have an Emma against Cap, Hulk, Venom, Thor. If you have an Emma player, you need an Emma. That's gonna make your life so much easier. Cap, honestly, all the healers do pretty decently against Cap evenly. I will say Rocket and Ultron specifically do very well against Cap. Cloak and Dagger does okay against Cap, and even Luna, like she can defend herself. She has good enough self-healing. So it's like Cap doesn't particularly counter any healers, but I will say Rocket and Ultron probably do the best specifically against him, but he's not that polarizing, to be honest. Venom is a prime target for Luna. He's got a big head, and he's very easy to freeze. And freezing him at the right time can just be death, right? So if you freeze him at the perfect time and you know your team's ready to follow up, like if you have like a Punisher and you hit a freeze and he's at like half HP, that's like one Punisher shotgun to the head and a Luna headshot, and he will die before he can pop a shield. So Venom gets destroyed by Luna. Hulk is also gets destroyed by Luna. Such a big target to freeze, and prevents his escape a lot. So I think Luna is one of the best characters against dive, especially the dive tanks, because they're super easy to hit, aside from Cap. But Thor too. A lot of times their engagement is straight at you. Thing is also, he's not a diver, but I will say Luna does very well against Thing. Invis also does pretty well against Venom, like pretty much all of these. Venom, Hulk, maybe less so Thor, but still probably Thor. And less so Cap, but still probably Cap. But as far as the DPSs, which are probably more of your problem when you're getting dove, Black Panther, I think the best. So if Black Panther is running the lobby, like absolutely running the lobby, you could run Luna, Invis. I explained this earlier, but I'm going to explain it again. Black Panther does damage in a very clean... Oh, well, she needs to die. He does damage in a very clean 250. So, like, this very common... this doesn't kill Luna, right? And that's a pretty common combo, and it's the same as Spear Dash, if he doesn't want to waste his second, or his dash. But this doesn't kill Luna, so he can't one-shot her. And it doesn't kill Invis either, so she can't one-shot her. Which means that he kind of has to freestyle some more extended combos. And by doing these extended combos, he gives you the opportunity to play patty cake and to push him away, interrupt him with a invis push, Luna freeze, like, and even just like Luna clap to get the healing. Like, he gives you get a lot of room for interruption when you play characters with more than 250 HP. So I think Luna Invis are like the two like best friends against Black Panther. And I think if he's still running the show and he's like just really good at what he's doing, you add an Ultron on there. And that you can still die to him, but realistically, if you're running Luna, Invis, Ultron, and on top of that, if you need to, you could run a thing. I think Emma could also be pretty good against him, but it's more consistent to hit the slam than to hit the choke. But if you're doing all those and you're still dying to BP, you might just be getting diffed, to be quite honest. But obviously there's more factors to the game than just the BP. But I think if you're running the Luna, Invis, Ultron combo, you pretty much should not be dying to the BP. There should be other factors in the game that are causing you to die. Against Magic, it's actually kind of similar. Magic, I don't know her exact kill percents, but I think this might still kill 275s. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, probably the same exact thing for Magic. Invis Luna. I think Magic probably does... I think Cloak and Dagger probably does pretty decent against Magic as well, since Magic's cooldowns and burst are a little clunkier than Black Panther's. I think Cloak and Dagger does well against Black Panther as well, by the way, but you still get one shot. You didn't do your fireball? What fireball? But yeah, I think Cloak and Dagger generally does pretty well against Magic, BP type stuff. Spider-Man, I think pretty much all the healers do equally well against Spider-Man. I actually think against Spider-Man, Luna might be one of the ones that doesn't do that great. But Luna always does great. Right click? Oh, that's a different combo. This will kill her. Yeah, that'll kill her. But that requires her to hit the right click. This combo will not. Yeah, Spider-Man, I feel like Cloak and Dagger does very well against Spider-Man. For multiple reasons, actually. I think Cloak and Dagger does well against Spider-Man because not only do you get tagged and immediately just drop this on the ground when you hear him engage, and it just ruins his combo, but because you lock on, you can sort of tag him on the way in and out. So like you can do that extra like, 50 damage to him to make him easier to die when he engages. It's the same combo, but and you do the fireball. Is that a thing? I don't play Magic. I don't think... I mean, I don't think the first one was true either, but... I mean, I guess you could do that. Or do you throw the... I mean, still. I mean, it would work on Luna because she has no mobility, but I think even if you did that, I mean, yeah, that's probably fast enough. Now that I think about it, that's probably fast enough that if the invis wasn't already looking at her when you engaged, you might actually you might kill Luna there, to be honest. Um, but yeah, magic, I think you still run the, invis Luna. I think generally invis Luna is going to be pretty good against dive. Luna Loki is also pretty good against dive. Runes do really good, and Loki's pretty hard to deal with. Like BP's a little bit of an exception. Actually, BP and Magic both do pretty well into Loki, and the only reason for that is BP gets his resets off of Loki clones, so it kind of just gives him little totems to build shield off of and stay mobile. And then Magic can just put demons on the Loki clones and just build shield as well. So it's actually surprising these two actually do pretty well into Loki. So against BP and Magic specifically, I think Luna Invis is the clear better choice. And then always the Ultron if you need it. Um, what else does Spider-Man went over? Iron Fist, realistically, I don't think Iron Fist is that good. You just play any healers that do it. I think Rocket's not great against him. I think any healers with Disruption or CC, like Luna, does pretty well in the Iron Fist. Really well, actually. Luna does really well in the Iron Fist. Even like Mantis does well in the Iron Fist. Cloak and Dagger probably does okay if you can. No, actually, Cloak and Dagger does a lot. I've seen that one clip. That one clip where Iron Fist just like wails on Dagger and she just throws a bubble and hits him and she like out heals his damage. Yeah, no, I think realistically, like Iron Fist is just not good enough to be really in the conversation, to be honest. Um, but those are like the main divers. I know some other people can like kind of dive, so it's like we're not really counting Psylocke in this conversation or Fantastic or Thing, but I mean we did talk about Thing actually. But for the most part, that's pretty much all the big divers that you're gonna encounter. And the answer in general is just Luna, Invis, Loki. But there's a good amount of divers where Cloak and Dagger does just as well or better, and Rocket does just as well or better, and Ultron is always a good supplement. Even against Spider-Man, like Ultron is actually like Spider-Man's usually decent with against flyers, but Ultron is kind of the exception because he has a really good dash. And he has like shield on command. So it's like you can make Spider-Man miss his uppercut if you time it right, and even if he hits it, you can get shield so you don't die to it. I don't play with Magic as a BS to it. Yeah, I think so. I think Luna has the most control over self-sustaining personally, just because you have like this is all you if you hit the snowball, right? Like if you hit the snowball, then you're safe from a lot of dives and you have the ability to call your team over. Um and also you have two ways of healing yourself, right? So you clap, you snowball, um and then next patch you'll have the Atom team up too if you have an Atom. So I think like those are all pretty good ways of self-sustaining if you're Luna. Invis does not have that luxury, but if you can trust your Luna and you're good at Invis, I think Luna Invis is like very good at dealing with dive. Especially because they can deal with dive, and if you're really good at maintaining your attention, they deal with dive in a way that does not interrupt your healing that much. It does interrupt your healing, just not as much. But there are times where sometimes you like land a freeze and then you keep healing your team, and then you go for the headshot, and then you keep healing your team, and then you like you can weave it. And Invis is pretty similar as well. A lot of times you can, if you're not actively playing patty cake, you can heal your team while sitting on top of your shield or while the downtime for the diver is happening, right? Because they eventually do have to disengage and then re-engage. So while they're disengaged, you're not missing out on that much healing. And on top of that, they are both just really good healers, right? So they just have a lot of team utility and a lot of good healing. So I think Invis Luna is like the generic answer, but I think Loki is also a very good answer in the equation, and sometimes Cloak and Dagger, sometimes Rocket, depending on situation, and then always Ultron. I think that is something that I think is a really good thing about Ultron. I don't really like the characters like in general, but something I like about Ultron is that he adds a dynamic of like undivability. So if if you're struggling with dive, he gives you an answer. You just run the third healer Ultron, and it makes your life way easier. Doesn't fix the problem entirely, but it does make it so it is way easier to manage. Just sucks when people don't know how to wait when he's doing his pairing. Other people try to help it, but honestly, I don't even worry about it anymore. I think overall, so yeah, obviously, if he's parrying, you want to wait it out, like if you can. But realistically, if he parries and he stays in, and then you freeze him, it's not that hard to burst to 400 as a team. And another decent thing to note about Iron Fist, at least not great ones, is that a lot of times Iron Fist will just kind of like stick to you in a straight line. They'll probably do like this thing where they like strafe a little bit, but it makes him very easy to hit with a freeze. But yeah, like ideally people wait his parry out so he doesn't get the shield and he's easier to kill. But honestly, like if he wastes his block and then you freeze him while he's doing this, like he's very likely either dead or he's gonna disengage. Like there's like a good chance he dies from that, even with shield. Like even if he has full shield, it's actually like pretty good chance he dies. Like I don't worry too much about Iron Fist just because like low-key his mobility is just not that good anymore. Like his it's weird because this used to be like an escape tool, being able to do this and just like get out. Like this used to just be an escape. Um, and now his like only escape is just doing this, and that's like not good enough. So it's interesting, but I don't worry about Iron Fist right now. I'm not gonna lie. He is still sometimes annoying in the right hands, but like it's not. I wouldn't really worry about him too much. Just play the Luna Invis into him, and you'll be fine. To be honest. Um, yeah, any amount of attention, like Iron Fist is one character that like only really thrives if he's completely ignored. Like if you just let him play his game, he gets a lot of value for free. But if you don't let him play his game, then he like it's not that hard to not let him play his game, realistically. But yeah, I think that is pretty much everything about dealing with dive as a support player. I think if you're good on Luna, you can. The thing about Luna is that she's so good, and she's not that like easy to dive. While she doesn't have like a ton of mobility, she has a lot of ways of protecting herself. So it's like if you're good on Luna, you can just insta-lock Luna in pretty much every single game. And if they have divers that need to deal with it, then you ask your other healer to play Invis. It's like it's yeah. It's like, yo, can you go Loki or Invis? And if they can, then dive just becomes 10 times easier. If your other healer insists on playing like Jeff, Cloak and Dagger Rocket, then you might run into some issues, which is unfortunately the case that the best healers against dive are the harder ones to play. Yeah, literally the hardest healers to play are the best ones against dive. Um, so when you're playing with people who aren't familiar with playing the difficult healers, then you might just not have an answer to dive. And I feel like that might be another reason why dive feels way stronger in lower ranks because people do just insta lock the rocket, cloak, and daggers, and then nobody plays the Luna or the Invis for the dive, or the Loki. WVOD. WVOD. Alright, we're gonna pull up the Wisdom is Washed faction. So this is a game on Arakko, 13 minutes, and this is a 6 stack. So these are all faction members. I'm going to be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna stretch my legs, drink some water, and I suggest you do the same. And then we'll work our way into this and see what we're working with, all right? So I'll be right back. Hydrate. I just did a huge hydrate just for you. Do I have enough water? Yeah, I do have enough water for this VOD. So we're looking at Arakko. Yeah, comp, no switches. Our comp looks all right. Um, the only thing I would worry about with this comp is that we are running Loki Rocket, and I guess the Moon Knight. But I think Moon Knight's actually, of the maps that I think Moon Knight is okay on, I think this is one of the maps where I'm fine with the Moon Knight. I probably prefer it to be almost anything else, but I think Moon Knight can work on this map. Simply because Arakko is a very closed corridor map, and also the walls are narrow enough that if they have a flyer, Moon Knight can actually bounce Onks onto a flyer on this map, which he can't do on many other maps. So I think Moon Knight's acceptable here. But the only thing I'd really worry about comp wise is having this Loki rocket, which if we don't know what we're running into, it could be like Loki Luna, in which case we lose every single ult exchange interaction, right? We have to copy the Luna, which isn't the end of the world, but a lot of times it might be hard to get your Loki ult if we are relying on seeing the enemy Luna, right? Just something to keep in mind that uh it is possible to run Loki without like Loki Jeff, right? You don't ever want to copy the Jeff, so you just copy the enemy ult. While it is possible to run Loki like that, it is much easier. Especially because when you run Loki without a Luna or Cloak and Dagger or Invis or like someone who you can copy preemptively, you are forcing the Loki to not be first, right? So if Loki has ult, like if Loki has ult, you can't engage the fight with a Cloak and Dagger ult because you have to see the enemy Cloak and Dagger first. So it kind of limits your options. So just something to be careful about. Loki Rocket is fine. To an extent, Rocket has the weakest support ult next to like Mantis, but I think even Mantis I think is on average probably stronger because it until she dies it'll last the entire duration. Where rockets sometimes last 1 second if they're good at it, right? So like if you rocket ult and they pop a Luna ult and then they start focusing it in the Luna ult, you lose your rocket ult and they still have the Luna ult going, and your alternative is to copy their Luna ult, right? So you kind of just waste two ults just to get the one out. But either way, let's just see how this works out. So this is a full 6. So I'm not gonna be trying to like criticize from one perspective. I'm trying to criticize from a macro game perspective for the most part on this game. If there is some very noticeable mistakes mechanically or as an individual, I will point those out. But I'm going to try my best to keep the framing in the mindset of we're trying to work together as a machine here. Because realistically, the machine isn't going to come down to one player's like mechanical faults. A lot of times it is decision making that requires changing here. But let's see how it goes. So we are starting. We're starting on attack. Get in here. Yeah. Where the? Yeah. So this position. So this seems to be the common way people started playing this map. Um. So when this map came out, I kind of theorized. I'm like, maybe we should hold this corridor very heavily, hold this bridge maybe, and hold this corner. Um. And play it sort of normally. But over time, people have sort of just adopted to just literally holding spawn door, like contesting this tree, like frame one, and holding the spawn door and just duking it out until they get wiped. And like they might inevitably get wiped. They might not, but a lot of times they just fight until they get like an ult fight. Like legit just keep brawling until ults are used just to get out of spawn. And that takes like half the timer at minimum. Like a lot of times, like this timer is like all the way down to 2 minutes before these guys get out of spawn comfortably and take the space. A lot of the time. So how do we break this is going to be an interesting question. Moon Knight is pretty decent at doing that. I think a lot of people go to Squirrel Girl. I think that's one of the reasons why she's become more popular is that these spawn hold strategies are a lot easier to break because Squirrel Girl does so much AoE damage. So you just like have a Squirrel Girl back here and just pelt nuts all over this area and just push everyone back. But we're gonna see how you guys break out of this this close push here. I do see we're running Groot Moon Knight, so I will be looking very heavily for this combo. And I think this combo is going to be one of the main reasons why I think Moon Knight is pretty decent right now in this comp. I mean, we also have the Bucky too, in case we want to combo that as well, because Bucky Moon Knight's also a pretty solid combo. So we're going to see how you guys do that. Let's see how we do this. Okay. Okay, who teleported? Moon Knight teleports. I think that's actually like I don't know how I feel about the early teleport Moon Knight. And the reason why is because I think I would prefer to push damage here first, right? Build a little space for our tanks. And also, like, right now, this Thor can die. This Thor is not in the best position, so if we chokeslam him, he can die. And we might need that Moon Knight damage to supplement that, right? I want to actually look at this perspective here. Okay. So, we have the flanks. This should be a kill. Alright. It was not a kill. I want to see that again. I want to... Did we miss? This is not the flame. I just want to see... I see. So, something to note here. What's her HP? Yeah. This Squirrel Girl dies if you hit her instead of the Ankh. So, if you're trying to flank here, first of all, she knows you're here because she hears you. Like, she turns around before you even do this, right? But, yeah, if you throw this Ankh here, first of all, I think you should hit her and then throw the Ankh, like, combo, like, hit, Ankh, hit. That way you are allowed to shoot the Ankh, but if you throw this Ankh here and then shoot the Squirrel Girl, she dies here. But since you shot the Ankh first, it got the damage reduction from the bounce. But either way, I think having this position is actually not bad. This forces them back. And that's exactly, like, the most important thing about breaking this hold here is to force them back. So even if you die here, like, literally, if you were to die right here and force all of them back, I think it would be fine. Because you have spawn advantage, and you got them off of good positions. So I actually don't mind this. Shouldn't have walked that far up. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that you could have gotten the kill, right? Let's be real. But I don't think it's the end of the world that you didn't. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, yes, it was a mistake, but, like, it's not like you lose the game because of it, right? But I think you're in a really good position. I think you stay here as long as you can. Oh. I mean, you're forced off of it. Okay. Yeah, getting out. I like this disengage here. And now you're forcing the Thor out of position here. We need to tell our rocket to recall this beacon. It's kind of hard to do on the fly, and I hope he does. But right here, I'm just like, Thor's chasing me, and your beacon's right there. He's gonna break it. Like, he's just gonna break that. And, whoa. Bro. There's no way. It would have made more sense for him to break the beacon and leave you alive. It literally would have made more sense. Wait, he just walks past. He literally gets the kill. He knows the beacon is respawning you and doesn't kill it. That's insane. So that's a thing that happened. But anyway, we have good position here. Well, I don't say good positioning, but we have good space here. I would be looking to back our Emma up. I think looking at their comp, they have Thor. Um, and Thor's gonna be the biggest threat to our backline other than Squirrel Girl. And we can't do anything about Squirrel Girl being a threat to our backline other than, hitting her, like poking her back. But Thor is gonna try and get to our backline. Which means I want to see this Emma and Groot switch positions. Because this Emma needs to be in between Thor and your backline, and your Groot can frontline. Your Groot and your Emma can frontline. I mean, your Groot generally frontline's better than the Emma. But Groot can wall off Thor's heals from the front. Emma cannot chokeslam the Thor from the front. So if this Thor goes past here... okay, I like how we back up here. And there's a great wall, great wall. Yeah, okay, the way you guys played this was very good, right? So, we back this up, exactly like I was saying, we back this up once we see the Thor approach. We wall off his heals, and then we hook him. And we even get the Squirrel Girl on top. Like, I don't even know if that was intentional, but we get the double hook. And now we should look to take space here. Which is exactly, like, this is excellent. We're taking space here. We should just keep taking space. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Maybe back up a little bit. Oh, okay. We overheated a little bit. If we were gonna do that, we should have sent a healer in there and somebody else. So if we were gonna go past this angle, like, so there's this general rule of thumb, and this is not always the case. This is literally not the case in this map, but the general rule of thumb is to question yourself if you can see the enemy spawn door. So literally right here, once you see the enemy spawn door, you need to question, am I in the right position? Like, am I too far up? And the answer right here is probably yes. Especially seeing how they have a Squirrel Girl. Because Squirrel Girl, even if she's all the way in the spawn room and walking up, like, she still poses a threat. Like, she can bank it off this wall. She can, and like, once she gets a wider angle, she can bank it off this wall. So this whole hallway is a really big threat against Squirrel Girl. So if we're gonna do that, we need to have a healer ready to pocket it. Although I will say that even though we die here, where we take so much space and force them to fight it back, that I don't even know if they contest this. Yeah, they don't even contest it, so it works out fine, but just be a little careful of how deep we go without support. It would have been okay to be doing that if you knew you were falling back to very close heals, but your healers were on point, right? So just communicate where you guys are positioned better, because if you're not ready to heal, then your Emma should know that they're not going to get heals. Overall, we're good. We should probably push up and look for a stagger here, because like this Luna right here, if she dies, if this Cloak and Dagger dies, then we're looking super nice. I would love to see a wall break. Oh, so close. Wait, I want to see what cooldown we got. Oh, I'm ulting this. No, I'm not. I'm not ulting this. But I would, for the message, maybe. But right here, I would have my big wall held out already. Yeah, so this is actually a close call. And this is just Groot thing. But like right here, as I'm bouncing up, my Ironwood wall is held out. And it might even be vertical. And trying to get this, like, I think that's probably the best bet, is if you bounce to the left and get this a vertical wall right here. And try and cut this Luna off. If you kill this Luna, you get a free push. Like, you get to take this space really heavily. And I will say that this is going to be the next thing I'm looking for from you guys here. We have a lot of space in this little atrium. And because we know they're backed up and they're already in position, we do actually get a little bit of luxury of being able to escort cart a little bit. I think a big part about Convoy and getting and Convergence and is getting as much free escort as you can, which means keeping like 3 or 2 on cart. You pretty much always, if you can, want to have 1 on cart at the very least, because you do need to get the cart moving at a reasonable pace. And a lot of characters in the game can be effective from a very long range. With that being said, because we know that unless we stagger this Luna, they're going to be pretty well set up. We do know there's a couple of people running back, but with our current position, we can't quite push this up. Because a lot of times I would be calling for, yo, let's have Rocket on cart. So I'll just keep just Rocket, for example. And I'll just be like, yo, Rocket, you could just spam in this hallway, and we're gonna push up here. We're gonna push up, and we're gonna go like even as far as here, and we're just gonna hold this corridor, this kind of box, right? It's like this box right here, where this door is, and this angle. This wall breaks, so you have to be careful about that angle. But like this entire hallway and this box especially, we want to deny the space. So what I will usually call is for pretty much the entire team, 4 or 5 a lot of the time, to just be up in this hallway, and we're fighting for the space. And while they're trying to fight us back, we have like a Rocket or a Cloak and Dagger on cart, because those two can heal around corners. At least somewhat. Like, it might not be the best healing, it might not be super accurate, but it's going to be better than just being 5v6. So I'd be looking to get this. And if you stagger this Luna, then you get it for free. But I don't think we do. I mean, maybe we do. Okay, we're going up. I like this. I'm so happy with you guys right now. We got the group Moon Knight, and fucking beautiful. Holy shit. That was an extremely good Groodle. Great follow-up with the Moon Knight ult, and they even burn the Cloak and Dagger ult, trying to save it. Because, like, it was a fat Groodle. They're like, oh, let me Cloak and Dagger ult, and they forgot about Season 1. The freaking Moon Knight was coming. Although, I will say that this Cloak and Dagger ult, yeah, like, if they survive this, I think these people still die. Emma actually might not die. Actually, Emma might not die in Diamond with the Cloak and Dagger ult. But this Luna's dead, and this Bucky's dead. Even if that Cloak and Dagger survives. Like, if she manages to get out of here and go straight through or whatever, and her ult stays on the ground, Emma probably survives and Cloak and Dagger survives. But either way, if you kill Bucky and Luna, they lost the fight. And it might have been messier if the Cloak and Dagger survives, but either way, this is a fantastic follow-up. Like, this play, like, this was an excellent play. And now you have a couple of options here. Now that this is like a one fight, and it's a one fight cleanly enough that you're not going to get a stagger. Like, if you're able to kill this Punisher right here, he's throwing. Or if you kill this Thor. Thor is more likely to get staggered because he's actually low. But yeah, actually, you probably do get this. No, you don't. He's out. But see, at this point, this is where I think there is merit to putting your ranged characters on cart, because you know that they have to respawn and regroup, so you can min-max your time and like send your Moon Knight and your Bucky on cart here, for like 5 seconds, and then once you know they're respawning and regrouping, then you bounce pad back up and you regroup again. So that way, instead of the cart being, well, let's see when they regroup. Okay, so like as they're running in, like instead of the cart being right here, it might be like in front of the Rocket. It's minor, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, just min-maxing your time might save you a few seconds, and that adds up, right? So like we're doing right now, I like this. We send somebody else, but I think we should have done that earlier. Like, once we won the fight, and then we looked for the stagger, which was good, and then once we realized the Thor was out, immediately go to escort more on cart, and then even if it's just like 3 or 4 seconds, it's better than nothing, and then you get back in position. As long as it doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you are in position before the enemy team is in position, that's what matters. So all the time in between, you could be using to escort cart, you could be using to heal up, set up Loki clones, set up penny mines, anything like that, right? But all that time in between, you shouldn't be, or at least you should try not to just be sitting there, right? Min-maxing the amount of time in between fights is also impactful on the game, right? And on top of that, I don't know how your comms go, but it's a perfect time to figure out what you're doing next, right? So, like right here, um, if I'm playing Groot, because usually your main tank is going to be your IGL, and like right now, I as soon as I hit that ult and we realize the Thor got away, I'm pressing tab and I'm like, okay, so we have Loki ult, we have Bucky ult, we have Emma ult. What can we do with this? Um, we could burn all three, but I think we should be expecting the Luna ult, obviously, because they just used Cloak and Dagger ult. They haven't used Luna ult, so we by now we know they have it up. Um, which means that we don't really want to throw out all of our ults at once because they all get countered by Luna, unless we can Emma ult Luna. Um, so I'm interested to see how you guys organize this. I don't think there's any strict one way to go. Like theoretically, you could even go for a group Bucky if you want to copy that, but doesn't seem like the best play to be honest. But let's see how you position this. I like how you guys are positioned here. I think this Bucky should probably in the group should probably be back up here, ready to fight for this corridor. Um, and then we keep the rocket on card again. I think we just go back to the original plan, right? We play up here, and now that we have the enemies pushed back here, we are no longer having to fight right here. We want to maintain this space. And by maintaining the space, we can have our Moon Knight and our Loki here. Um, and then we can start pushing up here and start playing around these angles. Uh, and like this is a really good spot for like Groot, right? So now imagine if you had a Groot wall just cutting this team in half. It like for seconds at a time it becomes like a 3v5. Um, or 3v5, 3v6 even if you want to count the rocket, but putting in a more aggressive position here is what I want to be seeing right now. I don't know about this Moon Knight jumping in first. That does seem like a blunder. It was savable if actually when did we pop Loki runes? I feel like we popped Loki runes to save the Moon Knight, but it didn't work. Oh no, we get dove at the same time. That was actually really poor timing. I think we need to stay further, but like one of Moon Knight's biggest advantages is that he does a ton of damage without having to be precise. So you don't really have a reason to be jumping up like this. I think you should probably be like right next to the Loki. And the reason why you should be next to the Loki is that not only so he knows like he can heal you like immediately, but also because if he gets dove, Ankh is actually a pretty good peeling tool because it CCs and Loki does a lot of damage to enemies that are CC. Like if you throw an Ankh on this door, and I mean, he's getting chokeslam right now, but if you were back here with this Loki, you probably wouldn't even need this chokeslam. I want to look at this again from the Loki's perspective here. Like right here, if we Ankh him, first of all, if we Ankh him, he guarantees to get chokeslammed, and we probably don't even need to pop runes. And Loki, like with clones, does like a ton of damage. So like this door will blow up, but we have to pop runes here, unfortunately. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. We get revived. I think we're about to, yeah. But we're still getting distance here. Okay. Um, so this is where we pop our ult. And it looks like this was coordinated, right? So I see the vision here. Right? So I want to see it from MS perspective. See, I see the vision, but we know Luna has ult. So if we're going to Emma ult, we have to make sure we do not lose line of sight of Luna. We can't just ult the team. We have to ult Luna. Oh, wait, that was legit just tracking. That was just a tracking error. Wait, why did she disappear? I think she like. Oh, no, it wasn't. So what had happened? Wait, am I seeing this right? Cloak and Dagger cloaked. Yeah, we caped the Luna, and Luna ults out of the phase. Wait, that was actually sick. I don't know if that was coordinated by them, but that was actually, like, unironically, very good counterplay to the Emma ult. Because if they didn't do that, this Luna would not be able to ult, and she just dies. That was actually extremely good. But I don't know if, like, they might be cooked anyway. But it does let them use the Luna ult. Yeah, they're not really doing much with the Luna because they don't really have the ability. Like, yeah, they're down, so it's like they're just stalling at this point. I mean, it's scrappy. Um, I think. I mean, I actually don't hate this, but yeah, I actually don't hate this off angle from the Moon Knight. This is a good ult, and the fact that you have ult on Moon Knight and our Groot is at 40. Granted, your Groot died, so I think this is a good call to use the Moon Knight ult instead of holding. I think if Groot's at like 70 or 75 or above, you definitely hold it for the combo. But you got your ult so freaking fast that this like is a great Moon Knight ult. And I think that placement was also excellent. Um like this circle, it could have been no, honestly, this is just like an extremely good like it denies exactly this room. And it denies like this Luna cannot see like it denies the perfect line of sight to her tanks. Um yeah, that was really good. You maybe could have gotten like a tiny bit deeper, but I honestly think that was like pretty close to like the perfect position. Hydrate, you got it. What's up, Loof? How are you doing? All right, so we got to clear. This should be a cleanup here. Like yeah, this should be a cleanup here. We're Agamottoing that, bro. What was he hoping for? Oh, wait, we actually rocket ult, but either way, like I'm down to burn a rocket ult just to guarantee that. Like I'll trade a rocket ult for an Agamotto just to guarantee this. We're probably gonna get our rocket ult quicker than an Agamotto. And at this point, we know that Strange has late spawn, so they're down a tank. Like we know that because we just killed him. Um, so we could be looking to be aggressive here. Even and so at this point, this is where I kind of feel like it makes sense to make an exception of the one on cart rule, because we know Strange 100% has bad spawn. We might want to just push as 6, get these kills, and then escort cart. Um, But honestly, this line of sight is good enough that I think you can just keep the rocket on cart. That was a great hook. Great pick. We trade the Bucky, but we trade Bucky for Luna. Um, yeah, I mean, this is still fine. Is this their portal? What? Okay. I don't know what this is supposed to do. They're contesting. They put a portal behind your spawn. Like, your spawn is in front of the portal. Like, why are they trying to contest it from there? But, I mean, that's what they're doing. The thing is, this map actually does not have a great portal angle. Like this last part, because the spawn room opens into the open, so it's kind of like Yggdrasil path, where that last part there's no reason to portal because you're so close to the end anyway. Um, I guess all the convergence maps, but you're just so close to the end. And this entire way, it doesn't feel like there's any good portal placement in this entire like tunnel, this bend. None of it actually feels like a good portal placement. Even this high ground doesn't feel very good for portaling. Chillin', I'm doing all right. We're doing our VOD reviews. This will be the last one of the stream, I'm pretty sure. Um, okay, so we get our kill here on the Bucky, and this is all in our favor. We have spawn advantage, so going 1-for-1 is way in our favor. So we're capitalizing this. Like if we kill the Strange, we're looking super good. And they like portaled, so they made a big misplay by portaling here. Honestly, I mean, I guess it might have been worth a try, but like they're losing more distance than they would have like gained. Like they risked so much because now you're gonna get a free push through this tunnel. Um, and I would like to see us pushing up for space. So I like this. I like taking this high ground. I think the Moon Knight on the high ground makes a lot of sense. I think the Loki with him makes a good amount of sense. I think the Moon Knight should probably be first contact up here. But I also think our Groot should be pushing up a little bit. So I'm hoping to see Groot Bucky walk up and try and catch this Emma. Like hook into wall. That's like the ideal. Okay, we don't quite hit it, and our Groot is falling back. I think, yeah, we need to be going straight forward. So at this point, realistically, um, at this point, I am hoping that I want to see Groot first in line here. Groot does not need to be on the high ground. He should be first to drop. So I would rather see Emma on high ground with our Loki over the Groot, which I know he's not on high ground, but our Groot should be first here trying to wall off this choke. And this choke is actually really good for Groot here because these sight lines are, it forces them to be really unsafe. So like if you wall this Emma off, all of a sudden these healers have to go really wide, and now they're inside of your whole team. So it kind of makes the enemy team want to hug left a little bit. But if they hug left, you wall them here, and now they have to go back, or they go through this tunnel, and that's a crazy long rotation. So it can be really awkward because of how open this ending part is. I'll answer that in a second. That was a good M ult. Do we have anything for it? We have so much for it. Okay. We lose one. Does it get revived? It gets revived. But I think this Agamotto is freaking disgusting. But at this point, I'm thinking Moon Knight ult, we might just farm and save the Groot ult for it, unless we know that we can get a good one without a healer ult. But looking at their economy, and obviously we saw that they didn't use Luna or Cloak and Dagger ult since we won the last point. So we should be looking to combo this, because Groot ult is not going to get a lot of value until we can combo it, realistically. We do have enough damage to burst through it, but it's going to take a lot of coordination and good aim. Like if you Groot ult to Cloak and Dagger on top of their ult, and you just push like Bucky and Moon Knight headshots into it, you can probably kill her through it, but it's really difficult. That rocket ult saved all of you, by the way. I'm pretty sure that rocket ult was really good. And we're getting pushed back here, but I think we turn on this. Like if all 6 of us, I guess 5, if all 5 of us just turn on this Cloak and Dagger, we actually probably kill her. Especially because we got a Bucky, right? So looking at this, the first thing on my mind is Bucky, do you push? No, we don't. Does he use it after? I think once you hear, I feel like that's a long cooldown, right? Oh, I don't think we, yeah, so wait, how much HP do we have? We have 600 HP and we're doing this. No, surely we communicate. We have to make this like clear, right? So there's a counter, a clear counter to Cloak and Dagger ult, and that's displacement. Bucky has a lot of displacement. I think as soon as this Cloak and Dagger ults, we know that, I mean, the ult from here, so we have 2 options, right? And both options are valid here. We either go forward and fight these guys in under the rocket ult, which makes a lot of sense, or we go backwards and fight this Cloak and Dagger and kill them to get rid of their ult. They're both very valid options. Me personally, I'm probably going backwards. Only because this rocket ult is gonna die before this Cloak and Dagger ult ends. So I'm gonna be telling my entire team, yo, let's look backwards and maybe even call for like a group to wall off this so they don't get followed up. And let's tackle this Cloak and Dagger out of it. And they actually walk off of it themselves. But they're getting some space from this, and that's like fine. I think kiting this back and making sure none of us died, which we did just die, but kiting this back, make sure none of us died, and trying to isolate this Cloak and Dagger would have done you a lot of good, because you would have risked very little, and the reward is killing Cloak and Dagger, taking away their ult, and being able to push straight through it again, because now they're overextended without a healer, or with one less healer. That was a crazy hook. Good hook. We don't kill, though. We weren't ready for it. Okay. Catch up on heals. Catch up on heals. Oh, no. We need to catch up. So, I don't know how you guys come. But right here, what I'm thinking right now is I need my Groot to be full HP. Why do I need my Groot to be full HP? Well, they have a Bucky. They have a Bucky and they have an Emma. If he gets hooked, he can die. So you want your Groot to be full HP here. Okay, we have lamps, which is good. Now we should walk up, now that we're full HP. We got to pick. We should just walk up. Honestly, low key. I'm trying to think. This might be an angle. Like, this might actually just be a teleport angle. Like, you just teleport and go behind them with Groot. And then if at any point it diverts their attention, and that's one of the reasons why I actually like this teleporter specifically on Groot, like literally specifically on Groot, is Groot is tanky enough that I can hit this teleporter and poke this Luna, or if I even wanted to ult her, but I could poke this Luna, and by the time they turn around, turn their attention to me, like these guys are probably gonna either turn their attention to me or I'm gonna start hitting their Luna. This teleporter has way too low of a cooldown. It's like 5 seconds. If I start getting pressured, I just put a wall up and then teleport back, and now I'm with my team. I think we could be abusing this teleporter quite a bit. But it looks like we're catching up here. I want to see the Groot needs to be further up. We need to make sure the Groot is leading the charge. He could be making a lot more space. And I think we need to be ready to support him. Like right here, we're letting our Groot get too low. Granted, I think this is a positioning issue. But I think we should be telling our Groot to back up like early, right? So like once we cross this corner, it's like, yo, we can't see you. I mean, you actually can. You actually can see him, but oh, actually, why isn't he getting it? I didn't even realize that this is a what are we looking at here? Are we Oh, we're DPSing. Look how low your Groot get. Your Groot's gonna die. Yeah, like that's kind of the penalty. I'm gonna show this one more time. Not the Flame Wisdom, but you DPS for like 3 shots. 1, 2, 3. And your Groot is almost dead. And he honestly, I think if the Groot didn't get hooked, he would have been dead. Oh, he does die. But yeah, that's like you DPS for 2 seconds, your tank can die. So you have to be really careful about making sure you're very aware of how much damage people are taking. Because not only is that indicated by their health bar, but also by how much attention they're pulling, right? So this Groot was... I thought he was in a bad position because of how much damage he was taking. I didn't even realize that we had a healer looking at this general direction. I thought you were still up here, unable to see him. Like, I thought he was line of sighting you. But yeah, we need to be paying a lot of attention to how fast we can be dying. Because even if you have good comms, even if your Groot is saying, yo, I need healing, like I need healing plus the processing of hearing it and knowing where he is, like all of that put together, that could have happened in this scenario and I wouldn't have known because it just happened so fast. So I think we should be taking a little better positions if we can, more power positions. I like the way this Groot is going. This is a good ult. This is a very good ult. Um, it kills 2, and it's a Groot ult on the support doesn't have an ult, and high damage DPS. Um, Honestly, if it was a solo ult on the Cloak, I still think it would be pretty decent. Because this Luna ult cannot save them. And honestly, we should be looking to wall them in. So I want to see if we have Root Wall here. Where's our Ironwood Wall? Okay, we're hiding. So this is the Ironwood Wall. I'm assuming that is. I can't tell the skin. Yeah, this is the Ironwood. Okay. This is just gonna be a Groot 101 real quick, and because this is a personal thing. While it is sometimes a good idea to hide your wall, to build the shield, sometimes you need to reserve your wall as an obstacle. When you use your wall as a shield generator, something to keep in mind is that you are denying your healer's ult charge, because every time you gain 40 shield from the Ironwood wall, your healers do not get to heal you for 40, right? You take the damage to your shield first. So you're denying your healer's ult charge. Which in this case isn't the end of the world, because your Loki has healing, so you're only denying your rocket ult charge. But right here, I think after we kill this Cloak and Dagger, which let me see this again. I don't know when we put this wall here. Okay, so right here, we get this sexy ult. At this point, I'm recalling my wall because there's 2 main reasons. So we know that death timer is 10 seconds, right? Luna ult is 12 seconds. What that means is that Luna can stall almost about as long as it takes to respawn, right? So this Cloak and Dagger is probably going to be spawned. They probably won't be out of the spawn room, but this Luna ult is going to stall for a long time. And the reason why that matters is that if we recall our wall here, we can cut off line of sight. So the Cloak and Dagger coming out of spawn will not be able to heal these people, and then we can stagger them. So by the time Cloak and Dagger spawns, they're like, oh, goody, I get to heal my team. No, you don't. There's a wall in your way, and now this Luna dies because her ult ended. Just something to think about, cutting off the line of sights and taking that space. And that's one of the benefits of Groot in your team comp, is that you get to cut off line of sights and isolate these fights, right? So this Luna's alone now. Well, not alone, but this Luna has no support, and she won't get to back up, and she can't even break your wall in her ult. So I'd be looking to cut off this line of sight here. Who do we copy? Rocket, okay. Do they get to touch here? I mean, no, not even. They don't even touch. Okay, well, how many were there? There was actually like 4 alive, and they just didn't touch. Which, I mean, it was gonna be like a lost cause anyway, but they could have burned down the timer at least. Like, this Emma runs so far away. Yeah. All right. Honestly, very well played half. Like, I think in general, like, you guys comboed the Groot ult and the Moon Knight ult at the perfect time. The Moon Knight ults were great for zoning. You guys were playing very good choke points. You're fighting for the right space. I think a lot of it was very good. Honestly, do you feel Strange loses more kit value with all the portal maps? No. Strange's portal is very different. Strange's portal is very good on Krakoa. Not as good on Arakko, but he's not, like, Strange Portal is not that good on convoy maps in general compared to Domination. But yeah, I think all 3 points, Strange Portal is very good on Krakoa. And Strange Portal is just always good in general. But on Arakko specifically, it's a convoy map, so Strange naturally doesn't have as much portal value. He still does have portal value, but you don't get to make as many consistent plays with it because you don't have a consistent and stationary point of attack. I think that's a big thing that gives Stranger's Portal a lot of value is when you can set your portal up in a position ready to attack an objective, whereas the objective's constantly moving on Convoy. So, for example, like in convergence maps that require you to capture the point first, a lot of the times it's just standard for Strangers to portal to like a high ground position or to isolate a fight because you have that point right there. So once you get the kill, it forces them to run back, and then your whole team is just on the point already. So in convergence, or in convoy, it's a little different. That was overall a really good attack, I will say. Um, yeah, like there's honestly just not that much to criticize about it. I think the only thing I could see as a team that might be going wrong here is the communication of line of sight and attention. Like, but that's like I don't even know because I don't hear your comms. But looking at the um when your Emma was going a little too hard in this corridor, which granted wasn't even that big of an issue because she was buying a lot of space, like they couldn't make it back to the point. Um, and then also when your Groot like basically died while your Loki was just right there. I think it's one thing to be like generally aware about it as the Loki, just being like, oh, my strength just or my Groot is gonna take a lot of damage because he's pushing up. But it's another thing to just be like, yo, I see four of them. I'm gonna get hit. You need to look at me. And that's literally what I would say if I was the Groot. I would just be, look at me. I'm on the left. Look at me. And then say who I'm going to be going after. Because usually who you go after, like who you're swinging at, is who's gonna swing at you. So if you hit Emma, she's probably gonna hit you back a lot of time. And we could probably be doing the exact same thing as the push here. Although, honestly, no, I think we could do pretty much the exact same thing here with this team comp. We have a very high damage team comp with Moon Knight and Bucky and Groot. And even Emma is very high damage. And it's pretty oppressive with zoning, right? So we have the Onks that are just required to get shot. We have the Groot walls that are required to get shot. Loki clones required to get shot. And we have pretty good angles of healing with Rocket. So I think I would probably be calling, like, literally holding spawn door here. I'm not gonna lie. This is the one exception. I usually advise against this on every single map except for this map because, and I don't even know if this is optimal. I'm not gonna lie, but I've just seen so many teams do this and it seems to work very well. I would just be pushing my Groot like literally to this pillar, honestly. Like using this as cover and using this as cover and just have my healer spam heals at me. If they get dove, that's when we start to back up or have our Emma worry about it, or we start to peel. But I think we can fight literally like onto their spawn door and force a response. They have to do something about it. And if we don't do that, that's fine. I think there is other ways of holding this, and it looks like that's not what we're doing. We are playing pretty close up. I think if we're gonna play this close up, we should just go for the cap. Honestly, just stand next to it and cap it originally so it stops walking. Because like right here, this is where it starts to get a little bit more like this is where they're breaking out. I think if you're going to hold this close, so for this position, right? So we have our group like right here. We should cap this. We should just stand right here, especially as Brute, because they can't really like you can cap this before they can touch it, and if they have somebody who can get there fast, you could just wall it, right? Um. So yeah. At this point, I'd be touching it because once it goes down this hill, it's a lot harder to contest. Then we have to change our entire position. Okay. I like this contest. I think we need to stay contesting. Like, I think. Okay. I think we need to position a little more aggressively here. It's interesting because we play a very forward position, but we don't actually try. Like, let's just watch this again from the beginning, and look how much resistance you put as a team. We're just poking. We're shooting the cart. Okay. We contest for 1, 2, 3, 3 seconds of contesting. Maybe another 1, 2. Okay. See, we're contesting a little bit, but so the thing is, we let this cart go here, and now we're contesting down here, and now look how vulnerable our Emma is. Like, we do not have line of sight on her. And this splits our team up. So if we're going to choose to play this far up, it makes more sense to force the fight. To if you're gonna play this far up, you might as well play this far up, because once it goes down this hill, this top, like this high ground, becomes a lot harder to play because you need to have an angle on your healer or on your tank. And your Emma's doing a good job at like avoiding damage, but if they started turning and focusing her, she would not get healing, at least not quickly. So it's working out okay, but not really because we lose our Groot. I think we need to. I think the reason why we push this far up is to maintain line of sight. Because while it's not like the best line of sight with these blocks in the way, it is a very open area. So it gives you so much cover. Like your Loki can sort of peek out, get these line of sights, get this line of sight. Like you can sort of play around them while still being like way in the open. But once it goes down this hill, it splits everything up. So what I'm going to say is if you're going to, you have two major options here. And I think I am, as time goes on, I'm leaning towards the first one, which is going to be you literally cap this cart as soon as it spawns and you fight them right. Like you literally fight their spawn door until they need to pop ultimates to get out of it. You just fight it as hard as you can. And if you get team wiped, that's okay because you get a second fight on this little street. The second alternative that I think could be okay is to play this sort of high-low position, which splits your team up quite a bit, so it's not super preferable. But if you have like trapping characters like Penny, it has merit. Where you play people up here to guard this area really heavily, and then you play people around this corner. Like you use this corner as a choke point. But you have to be careful about this high ground. So this teleporter could be really rough to deal with if you do that. That's honestly why I think most teams are preferring to just hold spawn door, is because of that teleporter. Because that high ground, if you don't have like somebody set up to deal with it, or if somebody gets shoved off of it, it's very hard to contest. And they get like a flanking high ground. But we lose our group really early here. And we're not contesting, so we should just regroup. We should either like regroup or just full die on cart. I mean, oh never mind, we have a respawn, we respawn. Wait, no, wait. Where's our group? Is our group all the way back? Yeah, wait, what happened to... Okay, regardless, I think without our group, we should not be trying to fight this. The only thing that... I mean, not the only thing, but it makes it way more likely that we lose another, and then we have to wait for that person. And then if we don't have the discipline to wait for that person, we lose another. So like right here, I don't think we should be fighting this heavily. I think we should be falling back at slowly, right? So when I say don't fight, it doesn't necessarily mean don't interact, but you have to know the threats. So for example, if they have a Bucky, which their Bucky's dead, but if they had a Bucky, if this Luna was a Bucky, this Emma does not get to be this far up, because a hook kills you. And we need to play as safe as possible, because the worst thing you can do right here is die. And we're fighting this back pretty all right, but they're free pushing, so this doesn't matter. We don't need to fight for this space anymore, really. At least not this angle. The space we're fighting for now is this corner. So it is important to contest cart, because the cart determines where the choke point is. The choke point, if you do not have the cart contested or captured, the choke point is never going to be behind the cart. Yeah. I think that's a general rule of thumb. There may be some exceptions that I'm not thinking of right now. But the general rule of thumb, if this cart is just walking, even if nobody's escorting it, like you guys are fighting past this, it's going to walk behind you. Eventually, you have to contest it. And it's not up here. So now, like, our whole team kind of has to flood back, and we have to look for this. And look how awkward this fight is. We are sandwiching ourselves here. It makes way more sense to be positioned back here at this point, right? And now we have a Bucky here, which this is good. We're contesting cart, so it stops free walking. But I think it makes sense. See, like at this point now, okay, so this is what I mean. This cart blue, they're pushing it. Bad. You cannot be up here. This cart red, you are not pushing it. Now you can push up. Because now if they capture this cart and start pushing again, it's called a back cap. It's not just doing that normally. So now you're allowed to fight for this upward position because now they have to fight through you to get progress. Before, they were getting progress by you guys doing nothing. But now they have to do something. You passed the baton to them to do something about it. So now it's okay to be fighting this. I like this now. Okay. As long as we know when to fall back, this is fine. I think, yeah, aggressive wall. We should be looking to kill. We should be looking to kill. I feel like we're playing too passively on Groot here. I think we need to flip our tanks. Have our Groot be the more aggressive one that's pushing the aggression on the enemy team, and have the Emma be the one who's playing supplementary damage, and also peeling. Groot does not have great peeling tools. Emma does. So it makes more sense for Emma to be the one dealing with, say, the Iron Fist. And I don't want to say dealing with, like, it's not a solo job, but Groot cannot do nearly as much to, like, an Iron Fist or a Black Panther that's going to be close to your healers than Emma can. This is a great wall. Great wall. Very good wall. We know our beacon just got destroyed. We know somebody's behind us. So that's actually a good point right here. So what do we do? Do we go after this person who, this magic who broke our beacon? We know it's broken, so Rocket should call that out, right? So Rocket should be like, my beacon's broken. Somebody's behind us. So now you have two options. And this is actually a really good play by the magic. You either turn around and try and kill this magic because you know that she's going to be alone, or you push up and try and hold the enemies or the rest of the team knowing that they're down one. Actually, another person right here. Wait, we're just chilling. Okay. We didn't keep good tabs. We did not keep good tabs on where the enemies were. Okay. What? Okay, wait, what's happening? Okay. It's finally hitting you. I think I would have called to push forward a little bit. I think once the card is here, so let's go back a little bit because I was a little distracted by the Ultron. But look, we win this fight. Actually, even before this, right after we win this fight, where's the regroup here? So, win this fight, and we kind of just chill here. What I am wanting us to do as a team is go back to where, like, we've been fighting this angle this entire game, and now that it's a good time to fight it, we stop. Right? So, as soon as we get this team wipe, I'm like, yo, everybody, let's take this jump pad, let's go back up there. Because they have to cross this line of sight to get to you, to get to the cart. And you have the ability to jump at the cart at any time. Right? So if they somehow get past you and capture this cart, you just all flood out here and have a normal fight, which is what you're about to do anyway. So make this plan where you're all here the secondary plan and get a better position being up here. Maybe make that your primary plan. The big thing about doing something like that is you need to know when to fall back. Because if you fight this corridor to the death, then you don't get to do that backup plan. So you want to fight this, make them fight through you. That way they burn their timer down. And either you win that fight and they have to respawn, or they force you back properly and now you get a secondary fight, right? But by staying here, you don't get that secondary. You just automatically down there. And also it gives them a better angle here. So it's a double-edged sword, or not even double-edged sword. It's just straight up like, uh, it's just a double whammy. That by playing down here, you let them get the positioning for free. If you play up here, you have a good idea, and not always, but you generally will have a good idea of who is taking this position from you. Like if Black Panther is up here and he's forcing you back, you know where the Black Panther is coming from, or you know that he has the ability to be here. Um, by staying down here, this is unknown. Okay. Um, okay, we Ultron ult. Yeah, I like this walk up here. I think so. This Moon Knight ult, does that get a kill? No, but this Moon Knight ult is actually pretty good because it lets our group walk up. That's unfortunate. I don't know if I like it anymore, but I think it's actually fine because this Moon Knight ult cuts off the support. So anybody here, so like this Mantis, um, can't help our team. So, oh, but we don't get to walk up. Did we lose our? It's hard to tell in replays if this is a Loki clone or not. It's not a clone, but who did we copy? Oh, Mantis. Okay. So at this point with Mantis ult, I'm hoping we walk up, right? Like we have a Mantis ult going. We should at least be looking to stall the cart. And the reason why that's good to do is we have 8 seconds. Um, we have 8 seconds that buys us time for our team to regroup and get in a good position, right? So like Emma just died, so Emma's gonna come back. And so she's gonna be 5 seconds into running back. If we just run up here and have the cart stalled. So ideally we don't let our Moon Knight die here. Because if they're pushing cart while we Mantis ult, we realistically Mantis ulted for nothing, right? If we were going to pop an ult to not stall cart, we might as well fell back and regrouped uh without popping anything, right? Oh, we get kicked off. Yeah, so at this point, we don't really have an option. Like, this is kind of like, it might be strange portal time. Like, honestly. At this point, I might be calling for a strange portal. If I'm not, I would see merit to calling a strange portal here. This is just pretty clean wipe. Oh, we're just desperate to touch. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, yeah, I think we just back up. Like we have no reason to fight this because once once they get this point, our spawn's all the way back there, and their spawn's right here. So fighting this right now is probably the worst case scenario because now you're fighting in a bad position when you have spawn disadvantage. Um, I think ideally you want to. I mean, I think if you all have close spawn, you can fight this room. And I think this hallway is actually not the worst angle to fight, but you need to be coordinated about it. It seems like we were all kind of just scrambling to run in without like recollecting our thoughts. Yeah, things are not going our way, and I think that's going to lead to a little bit of a free push here. Because the good thing about us all dying here is that we're forced to regroup. Hopefully our rocket gets out and our Emma. Because if they don't, this would be a tragic stagger. I think we're good. Um, in the hallway. And now look, we're all here. We're all here. Okay. So now, how do we take this back, like, methodically? Um, I mean, generally, you're going to want to fight for this. I would also, honestly, I kind of just like breaking this wall on attack and defense. I'm not going to lie. Like, either way, it makes it more advantageous for the person who does not have control. But honestly, even so, like it just feels nicer. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I think the attackers generally want to be breaking this if they have control of this hallway. Um, but it also depends. Like if you have a Moon Knight, it might be nicer on defense because then you have better Ankh positioning. But I would typically like as an attacker, I tell my team to take this and we break this wall. That way we have a better line of sight. Um, but if they don't have this, then like they're kind of scrambled right now. We have the ability to focus fire. Great pick on the magic. Um, trade back. Okay. Okay. So why do we hide this rocket ult? I think if we assess the enemy team, they actually can't really break the rocket ult. Like they can if they all focus it, but they're running magic BP. Um, and we just killed their magic, right? Their magic's not even here. So I think we can afford to put this rocket ult around the corner. That way we can turn and still have it. Because realistically, what are they going to do? Spam it with Mantis, Ultron, Luna, and then the rest of their team doesn't get healing. Which is possible. They could do that, but I think you're gonna get enough value out of putting this rocket ult right here. That way we can have push this here. And if you're scared about it, you put the rocket ult and ask your Emma to put a shield in front of it, and then ult. I don't hate this Emma ult, but we need to make sure we're here. Like that's actually pretty good. As long as we're ready to follow up with it. Yeah, I think this push is good. What the yeah, this is good. We just as long as we're looking at the group, which we are, it's good. And we fight him back. And now I think we need to win this fight. Like we have to like solidly win this fight before we can take the space back. Because if we try and take this space, which although it is good space to take in general, if we try and take the space before we get like a full clear, they can just walk up here and then we have to drop down anyway, right? Um so we're at 50% to Groot ult here. And we have Moon Knight ult. So I am thinking to look for an aggressive Moon Knight ult is typically what I'm looking for here. Or if we're feeling risky, we copy the group. But I don't think we do. I think that's generally a bad idea. But I think if we Moon Knight ult now, it'll probably line up pretty quickly. Or like pretty well. Oh, we die. How do we... Was that a misclick? So something to note here is our Ankh positioning here is on the tank. An Ankh right here on these healers or even like behind them. Actually, I'd probably put it next to them, like on top of them, on their feet, is way more threatening. This tank is more likely to die if the healers have to run away from the Ankh. So doing this damage, especially because I think she's in diamond, yeah, it's not very valuable. As a general rule of thumb, if you have the ability to, you should always be focusing the supports. If the supports die, the tank will also die at some point. If the supports don't die, this tank is almost never dying unless you do something crazy. Just as a rule of thumb. I think that seemed like a misclick of just gliding in. Armed and dangerous, good. Okay, so I think this Moon Knight ult is okay. I think it should have been further back though. Like so. Wait, let me see this again. So what's the order of operations here? So we arm and dangerous and force out the Mantis ult. And we Moon Knight ult on top of the point. So I don't hate that. However, I feel like we could take more space with this. Um, but because they're in a Mantis ult, I think it's actually okay to just disengage this fight with this Moon Knight ult. But you have to understand that's basically what you're doing with it. Um, but I think it's fine because you want your Moon Knight ult to... You're going to build it up pretty fast, I assume. As long as you don't die. And that's going to line up with your Groot ult. And then you use that for the next push. And at this point, that is lining up very nice. Because timer's at 134. So you do die here as Moon Knight. Which is unfortunate. But even so, I think 134 is a pretty nice timer on the clock to prepare for a Groot Moon Knight combo. Because if we use that combo like below 1 minute, they sort of have to scramble. So I think we hold this Groot ult. We need to combo this because if they combo this, or if we combo this, it typically means that, especially since they just use Mantis ult, planning for the Moon Knight Groot combo here means that we're going to be using it to either force out Luna ult and kill them through it, or to win a fight without them being able to mitigate it with Luna ult. So either way, we're going to win with or without Luna ult. And if they pop that, if we win a fight under a minute, they're either going to have a scrambled fight with Luna ult, or they're not going to have Luna ult and we just win, right? So we do actually just use the Groot ult here. They have a DC. But the Groot ult works, well, no, it doesn't. Yeah, so, hmm. Yeah, this, I think we definitely should just be saving the Groot ult for the Moon Knight. Like, that's the reason why we have Moon Knight. If we're not going to combo this, we should not have Moon Knight here, I think. Okay. We are contesting a bit. I think we can afford to be playing closer, like keep contesting and play around cover instead of backing up. Instead of backing up, we strafe. Because they're getting some steps in. And it's like minor, but like every time you back up a little bit, like they get a step. Um, and that's, you know, it adds up. What's up, Nani? How you doing? Did they cap this? So yeah, here's the thing, right? So at this point, even at 30 seconds ago, if we used Groot and Moon Knight ult together, this point is basically what, like, they have to change portal. Um, got Rocket ult. I mean, we're looking to win, but they also have a DC. Um, okay. I mean, we win. So there's a couple things I noticed here. Um, so the first half was played like actually just excellently. I think I have very little to criticize about the first half of this game when you guys were attacking and pushing. But I feel like towards the second half, we sort of lost the game plan. Um, so we have a very clear set of win conditions with our comp and with the way we're playing. We win our fights with Groot Moon Knight when we can line them up. And I'm not quite fond of the Rocket Loki, but um we should be trying to Loki copy Luna. And on top of that, because we're running the Bucky, our other win condition to start winning fights and getting picks is going to be Bucky hook into Groot Wall or into Emma Slam, or like just Bucky kidnap in general. So I think at the start, the first half of the game, you guys did that extremely well. You had that one extremely good Groot Moon Knight combo. and that sort of set the flow for the entire second part of the first half. Um, and from that point on, you actually didn't need to combo again because you had so much momentum that you were able to use both of those ults freely. Um, but on the other half, I think there was a couple things I noticed, right? So first, your tanks need to switch. Um, your Groot is your main tank. Um, whether it's Groot, Mag, Strange, those are the three main tanks. Um, your main tank needs to be the one being more aggressive and in front. And what determines your main tank is one defined by who has the most team protection. So Emma can play like a main tank, but she's flexible enough to do other jobs that Groot cannot. So Emma can peel off a Black Panther, for example, or an Iron Fist with the chokeslam. Groot cannot do that, which means that you want the Emma to be in range to be able to do that, which means that your Emma needs to be closer to your backline as a general rule of thumb. It's not like a set in stone thing where, oh, you always have to have this order. But it looked like a lot of the time your Groot was the one playing further back. And yes, he does have good range, but his range is not meant to line up with the front line. His range is to extend past the front line. Um, so I feel like you need to try and have more team positioning in the way that your Groot or your Magneto or your Strange or whatever is first in line. They're the ones that they're the bouncer. The enemy team needs to go through them. As a general rule of thumb. Again, none of this is like super set in stone. If they switch for like a second, it's not the end of the world. But you need to have that mentality of like, yo, I am Groot. I am the frontliner. Like I'm the big guy in front. And then Emma's like, I'm Emma. Don't fuck with me, right? So, like, that's kind of the vibe you have to give. And but what I mean by that is just like she's the one who needs to protect your backline more than Groot because Groot protects his backline by preventing the enemy from frontlining and by trapping them. Groot is a very aggressive tank, and Emma can play a lot more defensively. So you want your Emma to be ready to peel a lot more. So that's one thing I noticed. Um, and towards the second half, it feels like our game plan kind of got a little sloppy. We kind of like at the start we were holding that high ground, and then we kind of gave it up. And also Arakko just having the game plan for it. I think you guys set up as if you were going to contest cart and uh contest a payload and fight for the spawn door, but then you didn't. You let them free push it until it was too late. So I think just having a better idea in your head of what you're going to do before the doors open. Because I think by the way you guys were set up, it looked like you were just going to stand on the cart, capture it, and then fight them, make them fight back for it. And that's not what happened. So I think discussing and maybe looking at what other teams do, like professional teams or just like one above all games and seeing how they play the map might help you guys just think about it from like a fundamental aspect more. And a lot of times just straight up imitating what like one above all and pro level teams do. There's a reason why they do them, right? Sometimes the strats are like, you know, um, like very heads up, but a lot of times it's just standard. Like that's just how the map flows, and I think this is one of those times where um there's a reason why all the teams kind of adopted playing this more aggressive like spawn hold style. There's other ways to play it obviously, but I think you guys kind of got caught in between playing two different ways of the map at the very beginning. Um and the other thing that I noticed that I think I would put emphasis on is the communication of like where to divert your attention. So a comm that I will tell people a lot when I'm playing the main tank, mostly Groot or Strange or Mag, um, is look at me, which means I'm about to take a damage. Like I need attention. Even though I'm full HP, I need healing. Like I'm about to get hit by everybody in the world. And that was evident by a couple of times where, like, you had your Emma go a little deep, and again, that worked out because she was taking a lot of space and they weren't able to contest, so it worked out fine. But she did die for it. And then there was another time where your Groot had pushed up in a way that he was like basically on Loki's screen, but wasn't getting healing because Loki was not aware that he needed attention so fast, and he actually died for that as well, um, because he took damage so fast. It wasn't because Loki was super unaware; it was because the situation wasn't like prepared in your guys' head that like, oh, my Groot's about to take a million damage. And that's something that could be communicated through anybody. Just being aware of where the situation is. But I think the big thing is going to make sure that your tanks have faith in your support system to take space. I think your group can afford to be way more aggressive, and it looks like your Emma's kind of picking up the slack from that lack of aggression a little bit. It almost seems like the two players should be uh, swapping role or not roles, characters, because uh, your Emma player seemed to be taking a lot more aggressive space and being the frontliner, and your Groot was kind of sitting back a little closer to your backline, and it seems like that's backwards. Um, and I'm not saying they need to play different characters, but I think we should at least be more flexible and willing to switch that up if we need to, because I think most of the time you will need to be switching that up and have the group be the more aggressive space holding one, where Emma's sort of locking down and making sure your team is safe. Again, that doesn't need to be the case 100% of the time. It doesn't even need to be the case like 50% of the time. But it's something that you should keep in mind that is the main point of the character. Um, and then be flexible with that as you get better about playing the main play style. You can start being more flexible and start incorporating the other parts that you are doing very well. But it feels like you're doing the secondary role very well and the primary role not as well, right? But that's the big thing. Honestly, I think you guys played overall really well. Um, I would also try and keep your long range DPSs in proper positioning. Actually, both your DPSs. I think your Bucky played very well. I will say your Bucky played extremely well that entire game. The only thing I saw about the Bucky was honestly, it was just like using the tackle to get back to safety in the Cloak and Dagger ult when he didn't need to, but that was like literally it. Um, but I think you guys should discuss when you pick a comp what the line of contact is going to be. So when I look at your guys' team comp, I'm looking at it and I'm saying we're going to have Groot in front. Emma's going to be a little closer to our back line. Then we're going to have Bucky, and our healers are probably going to be on high ground positions or trying to be safe behind him. And then our Moon Knight is probably going to be chilling with one of our healers or near our back line. Um, and by lining that all up in your head before you even start the game, you can just have that mental chain of command, and so you never reach a position where your Moon Knight is in front of your Groot or your Rocket is in front of your Bucky, because then your Bucky won't be able to peel for your Rocket, right? So um, just knowing the order that you should be in and that lineup is going to help you a lot. But overall, you guys did extremely well, and I think like fine tuning that lineup and the roles that you're supposed to be playing is going to be like crazy. I think I like seeing the Moon Knight group combo on certain situations, and I think you guys did it extremely well here. What's up, Eldon? How are you doing? Nani's playing comp? Hell yeah, I get some wins. Can you VOD me? If you join the Discord, you can submit VOD reviews. This is going to be the last VOD for today. I'm about to end actually. Um, but if you join the Discord, we have a submission uh channel in there, and that's where I pull the VODs from. It's not always like first in first out or anything like that, so if you submit one now, it might be next stream, it might be in 2 or 3 streams, but I try my best to go through there. I don't do all of them, but the ones that look like a solid review experience and a solid like learning discussion topic are the ones that I try to prioritize, because I think some of them are better than others. But you're welcome to submit what you would like, and I mean, If it's good, then I'll look at it. If it's not good and I'm like, this doesn't look like it would be very good, I'll let you know or I'll react to it. That way you can submit another one that you think fits the bill better, right? But yeah, that's just on time for the 4 hour mark of the stream. I think that's where I am calling it. We did 2 VOD reviews today. We talked about flankers and divers. W stream. Is it morning? It is 11:28 a.m. So it is right before noon. But yeah, if you have not joined the Discord already, feel free to join the Discord. I'm doing um not constant, but I'm trying to do upgrades to the stream as it goes. I actually forgot that I had Epic Pen and I never even used it. But next time we might use it. Um Yeah, so if you want to get a VOD reviewed, you join the Discord. There's a channel in there. It has the format and everything, so you can know exactly how to submit it and make it the easiest for me. Um, and just in general, we have cool people in there. We try to have productive discussions about the game, about metagame getting better, and just, patches and all the cool stuff. But yeah, it's pretty fun. But that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate everyone who watched, followed, who lets me look at their VODs. You're giving me content, so I appreciate all of you very much. Um, we talked about quad support man. We did talk about quad support man in the Discord. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me, y'all. I appreciate all of you. Thanks for the support and the love, and I'll see y'all later.